All right, everybody, I'm going to call this, why don't we call this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order. And we're going to start with our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
Vice President Nicolette.
I'm here.
I am here. Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Smith.
Here.
And student representative is not here right now. We have a quorum, Madam President.
All right, fantastic. We're going to go to our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask a new beat writer for the Reno Gazette-Journal, Christian. She's going to lead us in the pledge. I didn't scare her. She had a heads up, so.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Christian, and welcome to coming in and covering the Washoe County School District. All right, we're going to go right to agenda item 2.01. This is approval of consent agenda. We have items 2.02 and 2.13 before us. And I'll ask if any trustees want to pull something off of the agenda item that we haven't already deliberated. And Trustee Church, you already reached out to me, so I know you have something, sir.
Yes, I'd just like to remove, let me see here.
Well, not remove, but just pull, right?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah.
am I looking at the right spot? It's 2.12, the
It's 2.1.
children's cabinet.
2.12. Yeah, you don't want to remove it from, you just want to pull it from consent, right?
From consent for discussion.
All right. Gotcha. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay. Why don't we go and see if there's any other public comment? We'll ask staff to get in position for agenda item 2.12 and then see if there's any public comment on any of the other agenda items.
I do not have any.
Okay. Then I'm looking, if it is the pleasure of the board, looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.01 through 2.13, through 2.11, and then also 2.13.
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Seeing no further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. So now we will go to agenda item 2.12, approval of the agreement with the Children's Cabinet to implement Signs of Suicide program at all Washoe County High School at all Washoe County District middle schools for $249,000. Of course, this is for the action of the board. Trustee Church, I'm going to go to you for questions, sir.
If you could just give us a very, very brief overview of what this is and how the data is protected, how the student data is protected.
Thank you, Trustee Church, Superintendent McNeil, President Taylor, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Catherine Loudon, and the Signs of Suicide program is a model and exemplary suicide prevention and intervention program provided to our middle school students. We're in our 8th year of administration. It's offered to all middle schools in Washoe County School District and is a part of our comprehensive suicide prevention and intervention programming. In the program, licensed school counselors and some licensed school social workers teach the Signs of Suicide program in the classrooms, which it teaches the students to acknowledge, care, and tell if they encounter someone. As a part of it, parents can opt in through active parent permission provided through the registration process, and then also with a letter that's sent out to them prior, can participate in the second component of the Signs of Suicide program, which enables their child to participate in a mental health screen called the a brief screen for adolescent depression, and that brief screen enables them, depending on their score, to then further access a mental health professional or clinician. That clinician then can provide them with information and spend more time to do a deeper dive, and then contact the parents and interact with the parents. In addition to that, The clinician through the Children's Cabinet and the partnership then provides the parents with some referrals and resources and follow-up and case management. The children are protected a variety of different ways. First and foremost, the Cabinet is a HIPAA compliant agency, and as you're aware, HIPAA has provisions for privacy, security, and data breach responsibility, as well as record keeping. Our district has agreements with the Children's Cabinet. There is not information related to the Signs of Suicide program housed in the Infinite Campus system. In fact, it's kept in private, locked, secure files. In addition to that, the data is scrubbed. So in the initial pre-screening part, the identifiers for the particular students that are de-identified in the files. And they're stored in a separate place from the list connected to the information. The counselors share the directory information for students with active parent permission who have screened at a heightened level. And as I said before, it's been a successful program and a successful partnership. MindWise itself, who is the provider of Signs of Suicide, has no data, does not participate in the screen, does not house any data, only sells us licenses to participate in the program and follow the model and exemplary process.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Church, you may have some follow-ups.
Very, very good. Very excellent summary. And the Children's Cabinet's a nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay. No, I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions as well, and I saw that we'll have some public comment, but Mr. Eppolito emailed me about this, so I certainly would expect if you would have some. A couple of things. One thing I just want to make sure I heard you correctly is that this is a parent opt-in. Okay, and I think that's really important.
Correct. For the record, this is active parent permission, so there's a parent permission form. In fact, the only information we have in Infinite Campus is whether or not someone opted in or out with a yes or no. And then they are also asked again when the time comes for the administration and the partnership. They are sent an announcement that it's coming, so they still have time to change their mind, but they actively sign in.
Okay. So thank you. So one is an active sign-in. Two is there, so it sounds like there's limited information in Infinite Campus on this.
Yes.
Okay. There was another question. I'm trying to go through some questions that were emailed. I thought they were good questions. What if a company who's involved in this? What if they're sold? Do they have our student data?
So no, the company MindWise does not have any of our student data. Doesn't have any names or information or permissions. Or there's no electronic system where they participate in a survey or anything like that. They have nothing of ours.
Okay. That answered a lot of questions for me, so thank you very much. I know we do have public comment, so why don't we go to that?
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito, and I'm with Protect Nevada Children. Thank you very much. That was a good summary. One question I had is, you said the data is not stored in Infinite Campus. I believe you said it was stored in private boxes. Did I hear that correctly? If I did, what are private boxes? And if my hearing is going completely bad, what did you say? Active parent permission. That's good. I just realized that parents, for the most part, don't have any idea how much data is being collected, stored, and shared on their children. Not always just because of Washoe County School District, but many times because of Washoe County School District. And obviously, we all want to prevent suicides, and we all want to do everything possible. And we've had several in the district related to different things. One of the other things I noticed in the minute, the information for the it said that this could take multiple days at each middle school, and it's going to involve almost 8,000 kids. So I guess you don't get the active parent permission until you get past step 1. I don't think you're getting parent permission from 8,000 parents before you do anything. And if you've been doing it for 8 years, you didn't get it from me for my kids. So let's see, what was the other thing? Oh, the Kahoot. We know already that there's been a suicide in Washoe County because of a quote-unquote suicide test on one of the vendors that teachers were requiring students to use, and that was Kahoot. So some people say when you talk about this stuff, it makes kids think about it. I don't know if I prescribe to that if it's done correctly, but one of the things I noticed on the Signs for Suicide website, it said that there's no, quote, there is no training or certification required to start using SOS in your school, end quote. Are we being psychologists or are you asking teachers to be psychologists even though they don't have the training? Because sometimes things can get worse. So I don't know why teachers don't need training to use this. So, and then the private boxes or private, whatever you said, private boxes. What does that mean? Where's the data stored? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
Margaret Martini.
Welcome, Ms. Martini.
Margaret Martini, Incline Village. I'm also very concerned about the training of the teachers and et cetera that are going to be administering this program, the testing and everything. And I think that it needs to have better qualifications. I also wondered about the active parent permission that you said is required. And if it's been in the school for 8 years, where are all of the records stored for when the parents opted in? And I think that should be a public records request, and I'm making that now formally. And again, if you're going to do the mental health screening, you need to have qualified people do it, not just a teacher who has a teaching credential. This is serious stuff that you're foisting on these kids. And again, I'd like to see all the opt-in. We've had issues with Washoe County School District in not being forthright in having the parents opt in. It was an opt-out. So I do want to see those records on the opting in. And again, who's to say the children's cabinet is secure enough for this kind of data? This data could be life-changing down the road, and any of it that's shared with anybody who could possibly, as some of the vendors have already done, sold this data. And some data from Washoe County School District has ended up on the dark web. So I think that you need to be very proactive in protecting this and seeing who it's being available to or sold to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martini.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi, I'm just a little confused on the $250,000. I didn't really catch what that was entailing. The surveys and what? What was, I don't know what it's all, the money's going to, besides the surveys. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring it back here to the board. One thing I will ask is, will you comment a little bit on training of implementation of the program, Signs of Suicide? I know that's a Children's Cabinet program, not a Washoe County School District program.
Yes, for the record, again, this is Catherine Loudon. The Signs of Suicide program is implemented largely by school counselors and school social workers. And there's a license agreement through Signs of Suicide that we participate in, and the Children's Cabinet and our school district personnel are trained together to on the Signs of Suicide program on the prevention component part. The actual screening components are provided by licensed clinicians. And that is one of the reasons why we need the partnership with the Children's Cabinet, is to be able to provide that active screening to parents who opt into the program so that their child can have the full program from a licensed professional.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Loudon. Other questions, comments from the board?
Just a quick.
No,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Trustee Rodriguez and then Trustee Church. Coming right back to you, Trustee Church. Just hang on.
So yeah, actually, as the public comment was, actually, I am too. I'm interested. What's the funding for? The dollar amount? Is that for the training or?
Trustee Rodriguez, the funding is for the partnership with the licensed practitioners, the clinical providers, and it takes multiple days because as we've continued through the program, we have more and more parents opt in to the program and actively sign for the screening because we've been able to destigmatize some of the screening around suicide and help them fully understand. So we've had the percentages of participants increase over time at each school, so we need the clinicians over multiple days. And then it also includes some of the follow-up that's required. There's a large amount of follow-up depending on the percentage of students who score at risk and the amount of support that they need for that warm handoff. That's also another part of it.
Okay, so basically it is for salaries, for therapist salaries and trained professionals. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just point out, just for the public, we get a chance to see this, but just encourage the public to read the staff report under financial, and it really lists some of the things you were just naming off, salaries and so on, to provide what to get the information on what's the amount for. Actually, the program is really, the cost is really $349,000, but because it's a partnership, then there's a match sum with the Children's Cabinet. So, okay, thank you, Trustee Church.
Thank you. And just correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not asking teachers to be psychologists. We're simply, much like in my career as a police officer, we're not psychologists, but we're trained in spotting issues and then making the referral to the qualified people in order to save lives.
Yes, Trustee Church. And actually, in Washoe County School District, we train all teachers in suicide prevention intervention across all levels, not just middle school, in alignment with your Suicide Prevention Intervention Board policy that you all recently approved.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Thank you very much for that info. Any other questions, comments on this item? Certainly, if not, I'm looking for a motion if that's the pleasure of the board. Trustee Church?
I'll make a motion to approve the agreement with Children's Cabinet to implement Signs of Suicide program at all Washoe County School District middle schools for $249,000.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much for the information and answering all those questions. Good questions. Thank you very much for providing that. This is an important program for our kids. Yep, important program for our kids. All right, we're going to move on now to agenda item 3.01. Agenda item 3.01. This is approval of the plan to spend the final 1/3 of the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, or ESSER 3, allocation to Washoe County School District for $25,798,620, and this is for possible action. And before us, I see Ms. Olin, Director of Grants, who does an amazing job, and then then Joe's here too. No, I'm kidding.
All right, with that, Madam President,
sorry, Mr. Ernst. Mr.
Dr.
Ernst, please,
McNeil,
sir.
and fellow trustees, we are happy to be here again. For the record, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. I am joined today, as you mentioned, by Lauren Olin, our Director of Grants and Federal Programs, Adriana Publico, who is our ESSER Project Manager, Emily Ellison, Chief of Human Resources, Lauren Ford, Lead Area Superintendent, and Mike Gifford, Principal of Shaw Middle School. So as we move into the agenda for today, what we are excited about is back at our 1/11/22 Board of Trustees meeting. We came and reported on our Bridge Strategic Plan, and we talked to you that evening about ideas and ways that we are using some of this federal funding to improve the overall quality of education for our students and the learning outcomes. We're pleased today to come before you to share how we are using these monies. So today what we'll talk about is we will present an overview of funding in kind of a comprehensive way through ESSER 1, 2, and 3. We'll also review with each of you some key data. We will review the major funding categories in terms of how we're using the monies, and then savings and proposed programming for how we would like to use the remaining funds. We also want to share with you our ESSER website, and then go over the monitoring and the evaluation that we have in place to make sure that the impact of these funds is indeed going forward as intended. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren.
Thank you, Joe. For the record, Lauren Olin, Director of Grants. So I'll review the first three ESSER grants that we have. The first one is the Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Grant, also known as CARES Act, and this is ESSER 1. This is the first grant we received. The award amount was $9.9 million, and the performance period was March 13th, 2020 through September 30th, 2022. The funds are used to mitigate the most pressing needs of the pandemic. While we know every student has been affected by COVID, our data also shows that our children in transition, that is our homeless population, and our high poverty students have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. So examples of how Washoe County School District is using these funds include staff for homeless students, staff for the family resource centers to serve our students and their families, additional school counselors, subs to increase social distancing, PPE, and hotspots. Currently, we are on track to spend down those funds by the end of September, and I'd also like to mention that Nevada Department of Ed recently did an audit on our ESSER 1 funds for school year 2021, and we had a clean audit with no findings.
Great job.
Next is ESSER 2, and this is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, also known as CRESA. And with ESSER 2, we received $34.3 million. The performance period for this grant is July 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2023. Federal legislation in this grant is really focused on disproportionate students who've been most affected by the pandemic. And if you look through this slide, the bullets are saying what ESSER 2 is allowable, and then in parentheses is the type of programming that we're doing under each one of these. So if you look at the first one, it says this includes closing opportunity gaps for our students who have been traditionally underserved. In this area, we are hiring re-engagement specialists, homeless liaisons, hosting summer school, and we have a rally program, which I'll explain a little bit later in this presentation. It's also safe and efficient and equitable reopening of school buildings, and in this area we purchased PPE. And then there's also access to technology and access to high quality instructional materials. So with ESSER 2, we did not spend money in technology because we were able to do that with other COVID funds. So we are marrying that technology we got by using our ESSER 2 funds to purchase web-based intervention programs for our students in K through 8, especially in math and reading. And then we have social emotional supports, and in this area we've hired a crisis counselor, social workers, and MTSS coaches. And then we also have high quality professional development. And in this area, we do have learning facilitators that coach all our elementary school teachers. And again, I'm going to talk about that a little bit in ESSER 3. And then we have support for families and students, and in particular, we have an IT help desk for families. So if a student or family is having problems accessing their device, understanding how to use their hotspot, or even understanding how to use a web-based program, they can call this hotline, and there's somebody there to help them. In addition, we have staff for the Family Resource Centers, and we also have attendance officers. And we are on track to spend those funds down as well. And finally, that leads us to the American Rescue Plan, or ARP, and this is ESSER 3. And Washoe County School District has been awarded $77.2 million. The performance period for this grant is July 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2024. And again, in federal legislation, we see that the focus is moving from mitigation and on to the safe return of in-person school. And again, on this slide, we're showing what's allowable expenses in ESSER 2, and then in parentheses what we're doing. So under safe support, safe operations under this category, we're reducing class size in grades 1 through 3rd. We're purchasing PPE, and we're also investing in our HVAC system. We're also addressing the academic, social, and emotional needs, and this is a very large category that gives school districts across the nation a wide breadth of how they can use these funds. Some examples that we're doing, and we'll go further into this in the presentation, is we've given autonomy to our school principals to add the staff they need to serve their schools. Some of this may be tutoring, school counselors, social workers, and summer school. In the next few slides, we'll be giving you more details on programming under ESSER 3.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. So Lauren took us through the past couple of years with our ESSER fundings. We'll fast forward now to August of 2021. That was the time that we submitted our application for ESSER funds to Nevada Department of Education. We received approval of that application on November 12th, 2021. And in the meantime, we have been hiring for the various positions that we'll go through with each of you this evening. We also recently have been awarded our final 1/3 of the allocation based on the Nevada Department of Education's approval of their ESSER plan to the United States Department of Education. Recently, we've conducted a 6-month check-in with our ESSER community stakeholder group. And our ESSER community stakeholder group is comprised of many folks. We have students, teachers, principals, along with prescribed members of the community, including representatives from Reno-Sparks Indian Colony, the Department of Health and Human Services, and from the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation, among many others. And then finally, we are tonight here to talk about the revision process and how we would propose to use the remaining funds. So I'll take you back to a survey that was shared with our community upon understanding that we would be receiving ESSER funds. You can see that there were over 9,000 responses. If you look at the top, you can see the various groups that responded. Employee, family, just employees, family, students, and community. Along the left-hand side, you can see the various categories in terms of how they would like to see Washoe County School District use the funding. You can see that across all groups, you can see instructional staff at the very top was identified uniformly by our employees and families, us, and along with the community. Continuing down, you could see that the second area that was identified as the area to use the funds was going to be for supporting struggling students. Again, pretty uniform in agreement. And then the third area is really around some social emotional supports. One thing to point out is when you look at the bold, no need to be thrown off by that. All that simply means is it's just a little bit different in terms of the order to the left. So again, I think the two most important things here are at the top, and those are what has been identified as the most important needs and that is instructional staff and support for struggling students. What we've done to try to make, to put this in a real organized fashion is we have put the funds into 6 different categories. And if you think about the survey that we just looked at, you can see that student learning, $57.5 million has been allocated towards instructional staff and building and supporting struggling students. You can continue to look across student well-being, $2.7 million, teacher support, $2.1 million. One thing to note before going further is that there's plenty of interconnectedness in each of these areas. We certainly know well-being leads to student learning. We had one of the teachers among the stakeholder group said, well, I see that that says $2.1 million in teacher support, but I sure look at that $57 million for student learning and consider that teacher support as well. Continuing along, you can see family support, $1.3 million. You can see district support, $1.9 million. And then other support, kind of a catch-all category that wasn't directly related to these 5 areas, as $4.8 million. What we'd like to do now is go over each of these areas in detail to show you how those funds are being allocated.
Thank you, Joe. So the first category that we're going to look at again is student learning. As Joe said, $57.5 million has been allocated for this. So based on community feedback as well as feedback from students, families, and staff, almost 75% of the $77 million ESSER allocation is being spent directly on student learning to address learning recovery. So if we go down the list, tutoring right now is currently offered at 73 schools using allowable curriculum. And here we gave principals autonomy to decide how they wanted to do that tutoring before school, after school, Saturday school, during class, and during intersessions. The other 26 schools already have a federal grant called the 21st Century Community Learning Grant, which is also known as Team Up, in our district. And so those schools already have a very robust tutoring program that is done by certified teachers. The second area is the building learning facilitators, and I also talked about that in ESSER 2. And this is learning facilitators that are at all 66 of our elementary schools. They provide direct student intervention in mathematics and reading, and they also coach teachers in math and reading instruction. The next area is class size reduction, and as I said, this is for 1st through 3rd grade. And then we get to the Rally program, and this is for our middle and high schools, and the principals again have autonomy, and they had a list, like a shopping list of either learning loss or social emotional learning that they could pick from. So they picked what was best for their schools. So examples of learning loss that principals could pick from was adding more core teachers, intervention teachers, buying prep buyouts so teachers could conduct intervention classes during the day. They could also do tutoring, teacher aides, and also special education teachers. On the social and emotional side, principals could pick from social workers, counselors, family graduation advocates, and attendance officers. Next, we get to textbooks, and Curriculum and Instruction Department is now working with the Nevada Department of Ed. These are the next textbook adoptions in line for Washoe County School District. The textbook adoption will still go through the normal procedures of review by staff and parents with final approval by the Board of Trustees. However, ESSER 3 will be able to finance these adoptions that have been delayed due to budget cuts over the past few years. And now 6, 7, and 8, these are all the online intervention programs. So the first one is Dreambox. This is a math program that's available K through 8. And then we have Reading A to Z. That's a reading program for our younger children, K through 6. And then Lexia, which is a reading program for K through 5. And then finally, we're also funding summer school.
I'm going to jump in here
Yep.
just to say that, I mean, this makes my heart happy, right? I mean, just to see the academic support for students. I mean, this speaks to, help for struggling students as well as the learning and really support for teachers. I'm with you on what that teacher said, but to see where these are targeted, right, and how it should really help students recover and those move ahead. I mean, this is some really specific steps and tools that teachers can use, that parents can see, that students can see. Here's some things that we're putting in place, the vast majority of this money, to help you get back, help you catch up, and then continue to move ahead. I mean, this is, I'm going to use Trustee Church. This is quality of education, right? I'm going to use it. This is saying, okay, we're getting down to some stuff, some really nitty gritty kind of stuff here. I just love that.
Thank you. I do echo your sentiments, and I do believe that the ESSER committee has worked very hard through the last year to really try to figure this out and get down to what children and our teachers need. So thank you for that. The next area is student well-being, and again, this is $2.7 million, and as we know, student well-being is the foundation for students' ability to access learning and be successful in school and life. And through the district's Sr3 funds, we are specifically hiring a school psychologist to lower the ratio of psychologists to students. We have a substance abuse misuse prevention specialist who will provide evidence-based prevention and intervention programs, assist teachers in training, and connecting students with outside providers when needed. We also have a student voice facilitator who works with our student voice coordinator to work with groups of students across the district to gain their feedback and insight. And then we have suicide prevention program with the Children's Cabinet, which was the item you just approved a few minutes ago. And then Living Ideation is a suicide prevention program that's offered at the high school level. Our next category is teacher support, $2.1 million, and we know that providing support to teachers is paramount as our staff navigates through the pandemic. So the first thing you'll see is the curriculum and instruction trainers who will assist teachers in rolling out the new textbook adoptions. And as Joe said, you'll see how all these things are kind of intertwined. So textbook was really put in student learning category, but then we have the training for the teachers to understand how to use that curriculum properly. The counseling department will also provide mental health first aid training to help teachers to help them identify students who may be struggling and need services. And then we have professional learning community going on right now for math and English language arts, 6th through 9th grade teachers who get together to work on how to provide smoother transitions for our students in 6th through 9th grade. We also offer another professional learning community for teachers to collaborate on instructional best practices to address student needs. The equity and diversity trainer is assisting teachers to better serve students through an equity lens. Going back again to federal legislation in both ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, the focuses on assisting students have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Our data, which closely mirrors both state and national data, shows that Hispanic, Native American, and African American students have been adversely affected by the pandemic. As well, Nevada Department of Ed has identified equity as one of its 6 priorities in regards to using ESSER 3 funding. And finally, we have a focus on building a pipeline for future educators in one of our highest need teaching areas, and that's special education. Okay. Next area, family support, $1.3 million. So supporting families and our students is crucial to helping them navigate through the pandemic. So we've added children in transition liaisons that build upon our McKinney-Vento grant. This is a federal grant that's used exclusively for our homeless students. We also have graduation advocates and Native American graduation advocates who connect families and students with resources they need to be successful in school so that they can graduate. And we have the district support, $1.9 million, and at the district level, ESSER 3 funds will be used to support 2 mechanical technician positions to maintain our HVAC system at all schools, as well as replacement equipment to keep the floors and carpets clean. And as you know, ESSER 3 is the largest infusion of federal money in education history. So with this additional $77 million to manage, both the Grants and Evaluation Department have staff to manage all this federal COVID relief funds and also evaluate the impact of ESSER 3 program, which ultimately increases our accountability for the use of these funds. And finally, our last category, other support, $4.8 million. ESSER 3 also supports our 7 district-sponsored charter schools, in which $2.72 million has been allocated to these schools. We also have indirect costs, and these are to support departments at the school district that are impacted by ESSER 3 funding, which include human resources, payroll, IT, and business. And finally, ESSER 3 will cover some of our pandemic-related unemployment costs that we incurred in the summer of 2021. All right, moving right along. Under ESSER 3, all SEAs, which is the state educational agencies, and the LEAs, which are the school districts, must consult with community stakeholders every 6 months. On top of that, Nevada Department of Ed has required us to have stakeholders from Department of Health and Human Services, Juvenile Justice, Special Education, Civil Rights, Equity and Diversity, and representatives from both our local tribes. This community group also includes parents, teachers, students, and community members from key organizations that work directly or indirectly with our students and family. Our first meeting with this community group was in June 2021, where they read and scored 41 department proposals for ESSER funding. We then gave this feedback to our ESSER committee for consideration on our ESSER 3 funding. Most recently, we met again with this group in early January and sought their input on what we would like to do with the remaining ESSER 3 programming funds. Feedback from both these meetings have demonstrated overwhelming support for the initiatives that we have just reviewed and the programming we plan to continue using with the final 1/3 of our ESSER 3 allocation. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Mike Gifford. He's the principal of Shaw Middle School, and he graciously served on this committee, and he would like to share his experience with that.
Welcome, Mr. Gifford.
Hi, thanks for having me, everybody. Mike Gifford, the proud principal at Avon Shaw Middle School. I first just want to say, having the autonomy to be able to see what was best for our community was a really great part of this opportunity, because the needs in Spanish Springs are different than the needs in Golden Valley, which are different than the needs in Pleasant Valley. So having that autonomy to work with our community to determine what was best for us was a pretty cool opportunity for us to figure out what we needed. So I'm just going to kind of go through what we did. Like I said, other schools did other things, but first speak about tutoring. At Shaw, we offer after-school tutoring 3 days a week for 2 hours each time. There are 2 certified teachers there each day. We have dozens of kids that come each day, and it's also an opportunity if a student is excluded at home, they can use Teams to come in and talk with the teachers that are there as well. A pretty cool thing that happened is we got in a partnership with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Actually, the Family School Partnerships worked with them to get us transportation to Hungry Valley, and in return, they sent some educational advisors down to work with our kids as well. So there's usually at least 4 adults in there with all of the kids. So it's a pretty cool collaboration between those organizations. It's also given our kids a safe place to be after school with the changes in transportation and all those kinds of things. Parents know that they can have kids there up until 4 o'clock each day. So it's been a very successful, popular program that we offer at Shaw. We also hired a long-term intervention substitute who's worked in our building for the last 5 years, so he knows our community really well as well. He works with students individually and in small groups throughout the school day to offer that support that the kids might need academically, behaviorally, if there's kids struggling with attendance concerns. He meets with them, and he also, if a student is excluded and they're struggling with things at home, he will call the student individually over Teams and work through the things that they might be struggling with at home. So it's been a pretty cool support there. He's kind of a jack of all trades for whatever we need at the time. And on top of that, he also has some students working on credit recovery for the that didn't pass classes last year so they can get those credits back before they move on to high school. With the Rally Grant, we were able to get a couple more people into our building. The first position that we filled was another counselor position, and we chose this specifically to give him a smaller caseload than what our counselors typically have, and it's been really great. He works with these students every single day and meets with them on, again, academic concerns they're having, catching up on their work, preparing for tests, any mental health concerns they're having. And he has a small enough caseload that he can meet with them every single day. And a stat that we just got this month is 70% of the students on his caseload who failed at least one class last year had 0 failures in the first semester this year. So pretty cool. It shows that that small group support, the smaller ratio with the counselor really helped a lot. We also hired a intervention teacher who is working with students in small groups and, again, individually to work with if they're struggling in math, struggling in reading. That's the 2 areas that she really focuses on, but really anything that they need. She has time in her schedule to pull kids out individually. She also has prescribed time in her day where she meets with the same kids every day as well. And she has done a lot of things for our school district. She's got a lot of talents. So she's also leading a novice seminar with our new teachers and working with instructional strategies for them to better support them in the classroom. Meets with them on a very regular basis, at least monthly, to making sure that they are giving good instruction every day in their classes as well. And leads professional development to all of our teachers as well. So we've been very lucky with the person that we hired in that position. We purchased 5 prep period buyouts to give an opportunity for our teachers to teach math support. So the kids actually get math support taught from the teacher that teaches them math as well, which has had great returns too. We also have an opportunity for a special education teacher to meet with students on a more individual basis when needed. She can pull them out and support them and do progress monitoring or just check in with them. So that's been a heavy load for our teachers to not have those preps, but it's done a lot of good work for our students with those buyouts. And lastly, with the Rally Grant, with the increased workload of our attendance secretary, her hours are only 30 hours a week, so we purchased 10 more hours per week for her because with contact tracing and keeping up on all the calls and the increase of students who are out each day, she deserved those 10 hours, and she's definitely worked at least that many hours to get everything done. So it's been pretty great to have those people in our building. You can't really replace human beings in our building. And the last couple of things to talk about, we talked about Lexia, the reading support program that we purchased for middle schools. It's proven to be a really strong support for our kids. The amount of students at or above grade level in reading comprehension has increased by 21% since the beginning of the school year, and the amount of students at or above grade level in word study has increased by 18% since the beginning of the school year. So we're seeing immediate results really with the use of that program. I also want to give a shout out to O'Brien Middle School. Principal Melinda Baker was kind of ahead of the game and implemented Lexia last year. I believe she was the first middle school to do it for the whole year. And they grew in SBAC last year more than any middle school in the district. We were second, just to point that out. So I think it's proven to be a really strong program. And the last thing that was in there was the PLC leads work has been a really cool thing for our teachers to get to work with colleagues from around the district and learn from each other and look at how we're analyzing our assessments, how we're planning our units of study to best serve our kids. And we've got amazing minds in our community, and giving structured time for our teachers to get to work together has really been pretty amazing. So that's all I got. Okay. Thank you.
Please don't go away yet, Dr. Nicolette.
Hello, Principal Gifford. Nice to have you. That was wonderful information. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to tap into your expertise a little more.
Okay.
What tools in your toolbox, both qualitatively and quantitatively, did you utilize to make your decisions for your school as to what positions you wanted, how you were going to utilize them, and what resources you were going to provide?
Great question. Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I first met with our leadership team at the school. And we talked about the different things that were outlined within the grant that we could use. And we talked about what we thought would work really well for us, what we might struggle with. And then we went to our whole staff and talked about that as well. And then at a parent meeting, we brought those ideas as well and talked about why we thought things might work. And some people that we had in mind that might be good, that were respected in the Spanish Springs community, that we thought we were pretty confident we could bring into those positions. So kind of started small and then branched out more to the community.
That sounds very qualitative, and I'm so glad to hear that you utilized parents.
Yeah.
They're the experts, right?
Mm-hmm.
The forever teacher.
Yep.
So quantitatively, you did mention the SBAC. What other kinds of tools did you use to make those decisions so that you could, I guess, prove that what you were doing and still are doing is making a positive difference?
Yeah, that's another good question. I think we looked at our SBAC scores. We looked at our common assessments to see where our kids were struggling. Last year, we looked at our attendance rates, we looked, the pass-fail rates and those kinds of things, and thought, what could we do where we could get the most impact? And we thought having more individualized support with students would really get the most bang for our buck. So if we could really get smaller groups of kids working with individuals who are going to give really strong instruction, that was really going to help out. If we could have people who are giving phone calls to kids every day who aren't coming to school and trying to figure out what we can do to get them there, that's going to help improve our attendance rates. When we have an evidence-based program like Lexia, that's going to help us grow in our reading and in ELA skills, we're going to go after that. So that's kind of, does that answer your question?
I think you could go on and on, absolutely. I guess suffice it to say, you really had a high-touch approach.
Yeah, I guess you could say so. We got a great group of people that were able to help us work through it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other question? I just want to commend you for the work. I mean, it sounds like you really you engage your stakeholders and you really identify those things that would help your students at your school in ways specific to them. I mean, I love your pulling in the Reno Sparks Indian Colony because we know that's part of the population that you serve there, and so they can be a part of that and a great partnership. I mean, going forward, I just really want to commend you for the way that you identify specific things for your kids, for your schools, and several times along the way you said, and that's yielding great results, or that's been very successful, and I mean that's the kind of stuff that really helps to make a difference as kids recover and then continue to really move forward. So thank you so much. So that's not easy. You can take the easy way out and just have a lot of money and do more of the same, and that's not what you've done. That's not what you've done. So I just really want to commend you, Principal.
Thank you, President. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're on to Sr3 funding, and you can see on this slide, it shows our total award of $77.2 million. And for fiscal year 22 and 23, we have allocated $71.7 million, which includes restoring our textbook budget back to $20 million. So this leaves the district with $5.5 million to spend. And in addition, our grants team was able to identify another $5.8 million in savings from vacancies. So therefore, the district has $11.4 million to allocate in Sr3 funding.
Okay, we're going to go ahead, Trustee Church.
Yeah, I have a question that's very, very specific to this. So I'm really, really confused. Let me get my glasses on so I don't have to go back and forth. The agenda item that we're looking at, which we have to follow to the letter, because the lawyers are looking at us, states that, oh gee, I just lost it, but it's $25 million in ESSER funding. And there it is. Approval of a plan to spend the final 1/3, $25,798 million for possible action. I'm totally confused. We've got the $51 million. You just now told us that we have $5 million plus $5 million in savings, only $11 million. So how much, some of this, say I'm looking at one of these teacher things and I go, I don't think we need a equity and diversity person. Is that already spent, or is that part of what I can vote on? 11 million or 25, so I'm totally confused, so try to set me straight.
Okay, no problem, Trustee Church. So everything I've talked about on the last few slides is everything that was approved for our first half of for the first 2/3 of our money. Also, what I said in the 71 million, we restored the textbook adoption. So our original budget was 51 million for the first 2/3, and then we made the textbook adoption whole. So that's how we got to the 71 million right there that we're using in FY22 and FY23.
So what am I voting on today?
We'll take. Thank you, Trustee Church. We'll take you through that here on the next slide.
Okay.
All right, and with that being said, we'll go ahead and...
Well, I want to make sure, are you good,
excuse
Trustee
me?
Church, for now, waiting to see if we go forward?
Well, I'm not good, but I think we're going to get
No,
there.
I said I'm waiting to see if we go forward.
Yes,
I know your
yes.
question's not answered yet.
Yes.
So, okay. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so this slide, what we would like to talk about are the revision considerations for the use of ESSER3 funding. And you can see up there that there are a number of items. The first one is our Leadership Pathway Project, which is about developing and strengthening building leaders. We're going to talk more about that in just a moment. Our Human Resource Officer, Emily Ellison, she'll be up to talk a little bit about that. I'll go on to the next items. Building learning facilitators. Those have been discussed earlier in the presentation. These are master teachers that work carefully with other teachers in the building to develop their capacity around Tier 1 instruction. Particularly important as we look at making sure that we're meeting students where they're at and then raising them up to grade level standards or beyond. We also know that a highly effective teacher in front of each student is one of the most tried and true practices of improving student achievement. And this building learning facilitator this past year and the year moving forward speaks to that. Summer school. Summer school is something that we're going to move forward on as well next year at a little bit of a reduced cost. Some of the early evaluation that we see is that there have been some dividends from summer school this past year. When we look at our primary aged learners, kinder, first, and second, we have seen some students that attended summer school last year when they came in this year into the fall have had equal or better success than students that have not. And so that's a real encouraging something. Tutoring, interventions, and intercessions. Again, that was talked about in terms of the wide variety of ways that we go about that in terms of before and after school, during the day, intercessions, and those various means to help with academic recovery and help with credit attainment. Then we also talk about long-term subs or guest teachers to support student interventions and fill in when teachers are absent due to illness. I think we have all seen most recently the important impact that they have for us and indeed the value that they add to our system in terms of their efforts to support our students. And then we talk about PBS Ready to Learn program. This is a STEM-based program. This is an opportunity. It's already in a number of schools for us to expand this STEM programming out to all of our elementary schools. And so in total, what that would end up being is just under 11.5 million. Before we go on further there, we would like to invite Miss Emily Ellison up to the podium, and she'll talk with us a little bit about the leadership pathway.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, President Taylor, members of the board. We're very, very excited about the opportunity to implement the Leadership Pathway Project or the Leadership Pathway Program because I think it helps us to address a really acute short-term and long-term need. And really what this is about is developing and strengthening the building leaders at every site and building a bench of future building leaders. What we are experiencing that is really no different from what districts around the country are experiencing is a combination of an experienced and close to retirement workforce, declining interest in professions in education, And then of educators, not everyone can be an administrator. So there's obviously the desire to be one, that's a factor to consider. But then there are also some other really important qualifications around experience in the classroom, educational attainment, effective performance, and some other, kind of minimum requirements that we look at to make sure that people are ready for administrator positions. And so when you combine those three things with the data that we have around anticipated retirements, we know that there's a big gap. We know that we need to really invest in developing future leaders, and by creating some additional dean and assistant principal positions for our standalone principals, we're also able to address an acute need during this kind of recovery period where it's very, very challenging to be a standalone principal. So, these additional positions come in, and through experiential learning and on-the-job mentoring and professional learning, again, we're building that bench strength for the long term. In addition to the positions that we'll be adding at the school site level, we'll also be creating content for dean, assistant principal, principal, and central office administrator academies to really reinforce kind of the Washoe way, if you will, and continue to build leadership skills outside of those that are developed as a part of the educational leadership programs that school administrators typically go through. So again, we're very, very excited about this. Happy to answer any questions related to the Leadership Pathway Project.
I thought we had two trustees reaching, so no. Okay, Trustee Church?
I have a lot of concerns, and I'll probably save most of them until later when we discuss this overall, but between the building learning facilitators and the pathway, we're talking $6.5 million. That's a lot of money. I mean, why isn't it just $500,000 for these people or $1 million? Why? I just don't see the math.
I'm just going to ask for clear. I lost a second. Now you said between the building learning facilitators and what other piece, Trustee Church?
So the two, and if it's on
the pathway.
last slide.
That's the other one you said. The pathway.
Leadership pathway is 4.3.
Okay, I got you. I missed what you said the first one. Thank you. I just wanted to follow you. And so your question is, to make sure it's clear, is why so much money in those areas as a whole? I mean, bottom line.
Yeah, bottom line.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide some insight, and then I'm sure my colleagues can as well. Building learning facilitators are really focused on teaching and instruction and developing the capacity of our classroom teachers. And so that's ongoing mentoring and developmental support for certified staff in the classroom. This program is really about developing future building administrators, so deans, assistant principals, and principals. And right now we have a situation where many elementary schools have what's called a standalone principal. And that's challenging in the best of times, but this is certainly a different time. And so we're really addressing two needs at once, right? We're creating these additional positions in order to provide some immediate relief and support for standalone administrators, while also building out the academies for professional learning that those people and others who are interested in leadership opportunities can participate in, so that we strengthen the bench of future leaders.
The other thing I think that's important to add to that is that when we look just into next year alone in terms of the administrative need that we'll have in our schools, in FY23 we're going to have approximately 20 positions that need to be filled by administrators. And it is an arduous pathway to become an administrator with multiple experiences that are needed to be able to step into the building and be a highly effective administrator. You also look at throughout the next couple of years, we anticipate a need of over 50 additional administrators beyond that. So when Emily talks about an acute need, you're looking up to potentially 70 administrators that will need to be replaced. And we know that this is not unique to Washoe County School District, but we know that this is an innovative pathway to addressing what we know is an acute problem.
Okay, thank Thank you, Mr.
Emily
Superintendent.
Or Joe or Debbie, can you go into a little bit about the building learning facilitators? Because we already have them in our buildings. And what this revision, and I want to stress that this is a budget revision, what this budget revision allows us to do is to continue those positions in the school.
That's correct. So this would allow us to continue in those positions for next school year. One of the things that I think is important to note about building learning facilitators is while they're building teachers' capacity, they're also working directly with students. And so while that you saw that there was interventionists that some people have used to also work with students, building learning facilitators also use approximately 50% of their time to work with students that are in need of additional support. The real strength of that is we have some of our most specialized teachers working with some of our most in-need students and working with them most directly. And so what that does is that really is putting our best people with the students that are most in need. So it's important to understand that with our building learning facilitators.
Thank you, Mr. If you want to follow up, and then we'll go. I know Trustee Smith has a. Go ahead.
I just wanted to augment that because I've seen it firsthand, the building learning facilitators in the PLCs, helping across the grades, across the courses, math, English, language arts, and how they were the conduit, a connector, if you will, between the different courses, the different grades with individual students. And so I'd have to say I saw it work firsthand beautifully, and their role and how it really is very unique.
Okay, did you want to respond? Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Do you want to respond?
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. I appreciate that comment. And certainly we know that a part of good education is data-based decision making. And when we have some of our most skilled people working as conduits to help understand the data, understand the student work, and make immediate real-time adjustments to support learning more quickly, the better off we're going to do. So I appreciate that comment as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Mr. Ernst, Trustee Smith?
I'm good. In the wisdom of Vice President Nicolette and, of course, our presenters here, everything's been covered that I was going to share. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Church, you have another question about those two items?
I have a lot of concerns. I think probably this isn't the appropriate time. We're going to be discussing it overall. Or do you think now is?
No, it's really up to you. I mean, if you have something, I think if it's overall stuff, we should probably wait. But if it's specific to where we are in the presentation now, you should share.
Well, it's specific, yeah, I guess. So
should we go back to that previous slide, or
no? We're good. We're good there.
Okay.
I'm just not convinced. I think it's not money well spent. I'm still not certain how much money I actually have as a board for us to address 25 versus 11. It appears to be only 11, but of that 11, this is $6 million. And I'm a no. I mean, I've looked at it. We attended the previous meetings that were a small group that the public wasn't at. We've asked the hard questions, and I'm a total no on this. And I don't think there's any way to make me personally happy on it other than spending it for some of the more direct costs, which we'll get into later. But that's the short version.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. Mr. Ernst, we'll go back to you.
Okay, fair enough. So it sounds like we will visit that a little bit more as we go. Do want to go back and understand that what we've worked to do is identify research-based practices that help improve education. Research-based practices are anchored in PLCs, Guaranteed and Viable Curriculum, Common Formative Assessments. Additionally, having a highly effective teacher in front of our students every day is the quickest, most tangible way to improve academic recovery. Secondly, research-based has shown us that a highly effective administrator supporting highly effective teachers in the building are the two most substantial means to improving education most quickly. So when we look at this, not only are we using research-based programs evidence-based programs, but we're also using innovative programs such as the long-term sub, the special education pipeline, the leadership pathway project. And so what we're trying to do is be very intentional, to use research to guide us in our decision making, to support our students, while also adding innovation where innovation's appropriate.
Mr. Ernst, let's go back. You started out the presentation. You did a great job when you started out the presentation alluding to the January 11th presentation around Goal 1 on academic gains and academic gaps. And so I think it's really important that we tie, and you're doing a great job, but give a little bit more as to Goal 1 and the uses of these ESSERS dollars are going directly to support the needs that we demonstrated very transparently back on January 11th around student academic needs.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. So with that, what I'll do is I'll just forward a bit to the evaluation plan, because our evaluation plan is a comprehensive system where we are looking at all of the programs, the personnel, the implementation, and the impact. We are conducting in-depth evaluation around the academic impact of ESSER components. As I mentioned, just on summer school, when we identify a goal around Goal 1 and our student learning outcomes, summer school right now initially is proving to have some productive benefit. For our primary students, our kinder, first, and second grade, we are seeing improved reading results coming into this school year and sustaining those reading results as they're moving forward throughout the year. We know that graduation, the path to graduation, that begins in our primary grades. And the better our students are reading early on, the more success they will have throughout their academic experience. The more inclined they will be to stay engaged academically and be a part of the entire academic experience. Further around summer school, when we look at high school graduation rates, which is some things that we've shared recently, over this past summer we had just under 1,500 credits that were attained over summer school. And so when we look at trying to help our students who have missed at substantial amounts of time from the pandemic back in March of 2020, where we go full distance learning, to a hybrid model that we had last year, we put summer school in place to help with credit recovery. And when you see that we have just under 1,500 credits that were recovered. Our tutoring right now, we're really drilling down into tutoring to see what the impact it has on our students. We're in the early stages of that right now. But we are going through each of these areas, the Rally grants, the learning facilitators positions, and doing a comprehensive review. Further, going back up to summer school, when you look at summer school, we're using that evaluation information to drive summer school planning for this coming school year so that we can make adjustments. And this data is not just academic data, but it's also student perception data. This is also teacher perception and family perception data on the strengths and the areas of improvement that we need in summer school. So we're actively tying evaluation to programming to constantly work on improving and, again, getting to improved learning outcomes, which in the end is improving the overall quality of education.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Madam Superintendent, thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
No, I think this is outstanding, and as a parent, I have a child that's actually doing the tutoring, and honestly, amazing progress and improving just this last year. So as a parent, I do want to thank you, and I think this is outstanding stuff. And again, I see it firsthand, and not just my child, but my neighbor's kids as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I saw Dr. Nicolette first, and we'll go to Trustee Smith.
Trustee Smith, you go first this time.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I wanted to share a little bit more about the Building Learning Facilitators. And, I admit when I first heard this title, I wasn't exactly sure what it was. And there's a lot of different titles to learn when you come into this role. And then I had an amazing opportunity at Veterans Memorial Elementary School with Superintendent McNeil and that team to actually sit with the building learning facilitators and hear what it was that they were doing. There is a direct line from their positions within these schools and the quality of education, which we know is a very important thing. They not only work with the teachers on approaches and supports for their teaching, but they also work individually with students to map out a trajectory for each of those special students' needs and success. And then they track that following data, making adjustments as they go. So to be able to actually visit one of my elementary schools, sit with the building learning facilitators and learning about it really helped me understand, and I was incredibly, incredibly impressed.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Dr. Nicolette?
Concur there. And as you all know, one of the joys is visiting schools and being with the students, and hopefully you run into a parent and you get to talk to the custodians, etc. You know it. But there's 4 things that I've learned when I started doing my school visits the end of August. Number 1 thing that I heard from almost every employee, in particular teachers, was they want time. So enter building support. And those are people and systems. And I learned and I saw that those systems and people gave time, which was the number 1 thing that was desired, so that teachers basically could do what they wanted to do because they had the innovation and they needed the time to do it. The third thing that I learned was extremely important to everyone, I even heard a custodian talk about it, was tutoring. No matter when it happened, it might have happened in the morning, during the day, at the end of school, it was that tutoring that supported the individual child. And then the other thing that I heard mostly from teachers that have been in the school district for quite some time and administrators was the pipeline. And that's that leadership pathway that is extremely important because, like Emily said, some people are born to be administrators, some just want to be teachers, and please don't give me that paperwork. And so if you have the pipeline that is really desired, in fact, I heard one principal who's highly respected, cool person, say, I was really sad when we got rid of our professional development department as it was. And I wish that we had that back. And so I think that this is almost a taking the place of that and reinstating for a reason that you see on the horizon. But it's a good reason whether we're going to run out of administrators or not. That pipeline is extremely important. And those were the 4 things that I heard as common wishes in my visits.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. We're going to go to
thank you. Thank
Trustee
you.
Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I do want to jump on what Vice President Nicolette talked about, leadership pathway. I experienced firsthand last week at Double Diamond Elementary, a standalone principal, Christopher Kahn, hairstyle like mine, good guy. But he's a standalone principal. I mean, he has to sit through IEPs by himself. They take several hours a week. While we were touring the school, he had to pause the tour and meet with a grandparent of a child over an issue they were dealing with. He was just really working the school at all different angles, and they need help too, and that's a real challenge. So I see a lot of benefit to the leadership pathway. So thank you for bringing that up. And the question I have too is, these are all one-time funds, right? So what happens when the funds are depleted?
Thank you all, trustees. Appreciate the comments and the feedback. And directly to Trustee Mayberry, I think that that's a compelling question as an organization, and I appreciate it being brought up. Some people reference it as a funding cliff when those funds are no longer available. There's a number of factors organizationally that I think we want to be thinking about and are actively thinking about it with large-scale leadership meetings around academic recovery and where we find our priorities within our system. From those priorities that we identify in the system, you also have to look at say summer school, for example. Summer school, the hope is that over the next couple of years, based on improving the capacity of teaching in buildings, providing intensive interventions, providing additional tutoring, providing summer school over the past year, that by the third year, that summer school need may be quite a bit lessened. And so the cost of it will be quite a bit lessened. That's just a kind of an example of it. But you also look at, we have to work within NDE, we have to work within the laws and NRS in terms of right now, you look at building learning facilitators. As a result of Read by Grade 3, which kind of morphed to Nevada Kids First, or in one direction or the other on that one, there is still, in terms of an actual prescribed to have a learning facilitator within a building. And so we as an organization have to look at that. And as we have clear understanding of our priorities, can kind of fund to those. And so some of the things that we have in place, of course, the hope is that they won't need to be in place at the same level. That's what this influx of funding is about. But it is also an opportunity for us to look at the impact of the programs, the initiatives, the personnel in buildings, and then be able to organizationally make decisions. Now, I think you all had various presentation earlier from Mr. Mathers and Mr. Bazzo, and certainly they're well aware of that as well. But it's the continual analysis of what are the needs and where do we perhaps get some merging within funding to see if it is having the substantial impact that we want. Then certainly there's ways that we have to perhaps find ways to continue to support that. And so our grants department is always actively looking for grants. We recognize that there are some limitations to continually grant funding positions, but it's also a real opportunity for us to evaluate the impact of each of these pieces and consider how we want to fund it going forward.
I see you. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll just add on just a little bit because I think part of the concern is, so I'll just take the leadership pathway because that's 41 positions within that. And so one of the reasons why we want to have that leadership pathway and why it's so important for our school district is to build the bench strength for your administrators in the next 2 to 3 years as we get up to that point where you're going to have significant number of retirements for those administrators that are going to be coming up. Your pathway allows, through attrition, to develop those building leaders, which are critically important for academic outcomes, so that they are ready to hit the ground running. And through attrition, you're going to pick those positions up through your general fund, and they will drop off on the grant side of things.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. You did that answer where you were, Trustee McGurry. Couple comments, and I see your light on Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee Church. I thought you were leaning in. I'm not sure. Okay, eventually. So let me share a couple of thoughts. First of all, I want to say this. I want to applaud the academic work over a really crazy past 2 years. Right, especially towards the beginning of that with the pandemic, having to be home, and then the hybrid teach, all of that stuff. I can't imagine what it was like to be in the classroom and go through what so many of those educators, be in the buildings, really, what so many of those educators went through. So I think it's really, really important to acknowledge that. And certainly, we know that there are a lot of things that we want to do better at and correct and all of that. We know there's a lot of recovery that's necessary for our students and all of that. But I will say, without the hard work of those folks in the building over these last almost 2-year period of time, then we would have lost a lot more students. We'd have a lot more recovery to do. I mean, certainly there's some that did better, but there were a whole lot that did worse. And so I think I would be remiss. I think we would if we didn't acknowledge that. I mean, they worked extremely, extremely hard and continue to be under immense pressure, and still getting some kids to do some really good things. After our report from our meeting January 11th, then obviously, I mean, we know we saw some areas where we did all right, and we saw a lot of areas where it's like, we got to do better. I mean, I don't think any of us left without saying, you know what, we got some areas, we got to do better. I think it's important, if any of you saw the emails, I certainly acknowledge that, and I continue to thank staff for being transparent. There's a lot of ways you can present the data. I thank you for being transparent and saying, hey, here's some weird areas when we just didn't do what we know we really wanted to do. A lot of circumstances and so on, but we know we need to do better. So I appreciate that. So with that in mind, I was really looking forward to today's presentation, right? To take a look at, okay, we have this once in a lifetime, so to speak, right, infusion of these dollars that we can spend to really help target some of those areas that can help our students, right? That can help, you turn some trends, close some gaps, prop up some students, help develop some teachers, and all of those things. And so I was really looking to hear some of those things, and I can tell you some of what I heard in today. First of all, a really important thing is the tutoring, the interventions, the support. That's how we help students do better. That's how we get better academic outcomes. As we have teachers and educators who are able to work with students, right, to give them that attention that they need. Like Principal Gifford was talking about, they have people in their building that can sit with students and find out what they need and work. That's the kind of stuff. I mean, I'm glad to hear stuff like that, because that's the kind of stuff that begins to change and get some better results. And to me, I think that's the kind of stuff I think we were all looking for. I think that's the kind of stuff the community needs to hear is, okay, this is where we are. Thank you for being honest. What are we going to do about it? I mean, to get right down to brass tacks. All right, great, whatever. So what are we going to do about it? I mean, to me, that's the kind of stuff I think it's important. It's important that you shared. It was important to hear. I'm so encouraged about what they're doing at Shaw. It's like, great, because if they can do that at Shaw, man, what a great model. Other schools are probably doing some, like you mentioned another school. She beat you to it. You say, dang it, but you're proud to be number 2, right? But, they'll be number 3 and number 4. And that's the kind of stuff I think it's important that we as a district say that's what we're doing, right? Because we know we want to do better for our kids. There's some areas we can be proud of. We know that, and certainly we don't want to not acknowledge that. But there's some areas that we know we want to do better at, and that's the kind of work that it takes. I think the support for subs, for highly qualified long-term subs, because they know your school community, they know your kids, they know the culture, makes a difference, makes it easier for teachers as they're able to, we buy out their prep. Sorry, teachers, thank you, for the interventions. And then I like Dr. Nicolette. One of the main things I'm hearing from teachers as I talk to them is time. They want time to work with kids. They want time to be innovative. They want time to breathe and be able to really pay attention and be fully involved and engage when they're grading papers and coming up with assignments and being innovative and so on and so forth. And so I think with the support to subs, long-term subs, I think that's an important part of allowing our teachers to continue to engage students in a really highly effective manner. In all the research that you do, the single most important thing for student outcomes is highly qualified teacher. All the other stuff is wonderful. But the single most important thing, right, is a highly qualified teacher. That is a part of this. I mean, that's something that's the thing that matters most. And the thing that matters most to a highly qualified teacher is a highly qualified administrator. I mean, so I understand it. I mean, I get it. That's looking in forward thinking. Could we have an opportunity to say, hey, look, we're going to have a lot of retirements. Let's make sure we continue to have highly qualified administrators. By the way, it's not like they're just not doing anything other than just walking around with a clipboard and a pencil, right? But let's really make sure that they're ready to take this on so we can continue the trajectory as some shifts are made. I mean, I saw a lot of things that I was really looking for. I like the ready to learn. That's one end of the spectrum. The other end is the little ones that are coming in, the ready to learn. How do we make sure, because that's where graduation starts. I mean, to me, as I consider the and I just pulled it up again, right, a little bit ago, the presentation from 2 weeks ago. I mean, I see a lot of things that can help, a lot of things. Last week's presentation wasn't about what we're going to do about it. That's what this week's presentation was about. And I see a lot of those things that directly impact that. It helps us with our proficiencies. It helps us with achievement gaps. It helps us with graduation rates. And I mean, those kinds of things that matter. that make a difference, because at the end of the day, we want to do the best job we can for our kids. So I think the questions are awesome, because I think they need to happen. I think we need to have a really good understanding of it. Thank you for bringing Principal Gifford to here's an idea of how, when it's working really well at a school, this is what can happen. And this is what helps address some of those things. And so I thank you for bringing that, for putting your mind to it and say, this is where we are. Now let's put something together that shows what we can do about it. I mean, I think that's something I was looking for, and I think we owe that to our kids, and we owe it to our community. So I wanted to share my thoughts, and I know now we got to put this to work and make it happen. But I appreciate the evaluation stage. How do we know that anything's working, anything's making a difference? How do we know it's going in the right direction? We have to keep looking. We have to keep looking and keep looking. So again, I needed to. I've been taking notes and asking questions and all of that, and looking through stuff and so on. And so I appreciate that. Now it's okay. Let's go to work. That's what we're looking now. Let's go to work. So, Trustee Rodriguez.
All right. Yes, thank you, President Taylor. Just one last question and this might be a question more for our awesome child principal over there, but for students that are excluded, do they still have access through Teams? I just want to be sure I heard that correctly, that students still have access through Teams for tutoring? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Church?
All righty. Now's probably as good a time as any for me to go through my portion. If we could go to the slide, I believe it's number 8, where we kind of list everything. It's got the little circles and the heart and the hands, and there we are. So this is kind of the meat of the matter. And what we've just been talking about is the 57.5. I don't think any of us are in disagreement. I mean, we could probably have a bean counter go through and find a few $100,000 here, which is a lot of money, but that concept, that student learning, I think I'm behind it, and I think everybody else is. It's where you get into the defining the teacher support, 2.1, student well-being, 2.7, other support, 4.8 million. Now we're talking, that's still a lot of money. So let's go to slide 11. Well, let's go down one slide, number 9. That's the 57. Again, there might be a few things in there if we nitpicked, but let's go to slide 11. That's the teacher support 2.1. Here's my first concerns about some of this. Curriculum and instruction trainers, mental health, first aid. We just voted on a different mental health thing. We're voting on those all the time. I'm just not convinced of how much more we need. Professional learning communities, again, in this 2.1 million. And here's the tripwire. This is the front page that the right, if I might use that term, a lot of the people that reach out to me and even get mad at me when I don't vote their way, even though I'm pretty conservative, and you wouldn't believe the flack I get. But this is number 5 is the front page news for them. Equity and diversity trainer. It's the tripwire. I'm going to ask my fellow trustees, just throw me a bone and get rid of that. If that's so important, we can fund it somewhere else, but it doesn't belong here. And then I'll ask a question. How many equity and diversity trainers do we have currently, if you know?
I believe we have a total of 5 equity and diversity trainers. This is being the 5th of the trainers.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think there's like 6 or 7 in the entire department and 5 trainers. We just don't need that, in my opinion. And you hit the nail on the head. We've already got them. We don't need them. So.
You want to pause here and discuss that issue, Trustee Church? You want to keep going on?
Or make a motion. See if I get a second.
You can make a motion, sure. You can always make a motion.
I make a motion.
Well, I'm sorry. Wait. Let me pause for a minute. Hold on. Let me. Wait. No. Let me stop. Wait. Hold on. We haven't had public comment, so we can. I'm getting kicked over here. All right. Additionally, I think that was already approved. Did I get that correctly? That was in some of the earlier version. This is on the 25 point whatever million. So I think that was on the part that was already approved. Help me if I. Okay. So from that standpoint, this is part of the review of what all the money has already been, that money that we've approved. Remember, they started that. This is what we've had. This is what we've approved, and so on. So that was already approved, Trustee Church. Am I? I mean, I'm not trying to stop your, you can make whatever, but that's already, okay, that was previous, we approved that earlier.
So there's no way we can unapprove that today?
I don't know, can you unapprove something that's been?
If it's part of the 25 million.
No, it's not, it's actually not a part of the 25 million.
That's the question. Is it part of the 25
I don't, according to what they, is it?
It is not part of the 25 million.
Okay, so we're on the 25 million today, sir.
All right,
So-
at that point, I'll just express my concern.
Okay.
I think that's a fair word.
Okay.
Okay, so moving onward, and I don't really need more slides, but that in itself expresses some of my concerns that I don't know what we're approving or not approving today, and I certainly don't see 25 million, I see 11. So let me move on. I think overall, I think the most important thing for me to say before I get into some of this remaining 11 million is that Nevada and Washoe County School District are last or almost last in the nation consistently. U.S. News ranks us 48, Wallet Hub 45, ACT scores beyond a doubt last, 50th for the state, and the Washoe County School District ranks below the state average. So we're essentially the worst of the worst. Another ranking, I think it was a Wallet Hub, lists us in the 82nd percentile nationwide. The other counties range in the 49 percentile. I mean, we're much worse by that ranking than the other comparable 17 or 16 counties. Our 5-star ranking, which hasn't been updated this year because of COVID, but we have 14 1-star, which is bad, 28 2-star, 26 3-star, 16 4-star, 22 5-star. So we have more bad than good. And the ones that are 3-star, I certainly don't go with that. I've said this before at other meetings, but our own research indicates over 20, I think it's 27% of high school kids admit marijuana use on a regular basis. A survey of teachers and staff, 51% perceive it to be a moderate to major problem.
You're bringing that over to what we're talking about here, sir?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
because drug testing would be one of the things I would like to see the money spent on. We have a 37% chronic absenteeism rate district-wide. When you look at the high school, the absentee rate is much, much higher. So, with that introduction, what are we going to do with these one-time funds? And Mr. Mayberry, Trustee Mayberry hit the nail on the head. When these are gone, they're gone. And in terms of, again, this pathway teacher, building learning facilitators, we have incredible staff and teachers. And by the way, you are an incredible speaker. I mean, your dynamic speaking is just incredible. But that said, I'm not buying that part of the thing. Our teachers come with us with master's degrees, many of them, I've seen the stats, bachelor's degrees with additional training, and a lot of that they've got. They got that at UNR. They got that in their master's program when they were learning to be administrators, and so I'm frustrated, obviously, but I'm totally in favor of more teachers. I would like to see some of that $5 million, asking my fellow trustees to consider some of this. We talked earlier about Mr. Trustee Rodriguez wanting his police dog. I want my bus, my field trip bus. I want voluntary testing, drug testing program that meets civil. I'm sorry, what now?
I feel like we're getting really off topic for what we're supposed to be doing.
Well,
here.
I'm actually talking. This is where I'm really on topic. I want money for drug testing, which I think is perfectly legal under the ESSER funds. I want a field trip bus. I want money set aside for field trips. I want more overtime for teachers if we need it, if it's not already included, for after school, Saturdays, etc. But I don't want that money spent on the pathway stuff that we talked about. And I think that sums up what I want. I'm looking through my notes, but I'm just not there on that $5 million Thank you.
On that 4.38, is that what you mean?
No, it's actually 6 million, I think, if you add the two.
I'm not sure which two. What are you talking about?
Let me,
What are you referring to, Trustee Church?
I'm trying to find it.
Look on the screen. Does it help you on the screen?
Well, I have it in front of me if I...
Oh.
Leadership pathway was 4.3.
Yes.
Building learning facilitators was 2.2.
Oh, that's a part of it as well. Okay,
So we're up to...
that's 5.5, 6.5. Okay.
And one final comment. I mean, I don't know if this is feasible, but I've seen this kind of done other ways with other jurisdictions. That's roughly 6 million. Give each trustee 1 million to spend however they want.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church.
I'm sure that's in the rules.
Okay. It's probably not quite in the rules, but it's okay because it's all right to put out there what you would like to see done. The bottom line of that, you took a long way to get there. You went around to some other areas. I was gracious in terms of that, but at the end of the day, what you're saying is there's some other things you'd rather see some of this money on. That's the end of the day. Okay, and I think we all heard that, Trustee Church. Thank you. We're gonna go to Clerk Manetto, and then we'll go to actually Trustee Rodriguez, and I think you were weighing in, Trustee. No, you're good. You got yours in already. Okay, we'll start here. Thank you, Clerk Manetto.
Thank you, Madam President. The building learning facilitators and the pathway to leadership is directly intertwined with better education. It is part of it. If we don't have the teachers trained the way they need to be trained, the education doesn't go on the way it needs to. And if we don't have the leadership, it falls apart. This is what we're doing to improve. This is the way we're looking at this right now to get better. Because you can't go, poof, we got to make this better. That doesn't mean anything. We got to plan. And I really think that these two things need to be in this plan. And there's a way to, evaluate it and look at it and tweak it and change it. Just like tutoring and before and after school, whatever. And you have that in there. Thank you. I think this is fabulous the way it is.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. We'll go to Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize. This is going on so long. I thought this was going to be a quick one, but I would, with light of everything that we have our opinions, you guys have your presentation. I would actually really like to ask our student trustee if she's seen any impacts or her fellow students have seen any positive or negative impacts of this.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Always room to hear from our student trustee.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd say we have seen, because students have been more motivated as teachers are able to make more connections with them through these different learning capacities that they're learning from different facilitators. Also with summer school, students see that they're on track to graduate after summer school, and they have a little bit more of a connection when they're working with teachers one-on-one during summer school, since it's a smaller group. So they're able to be more motivated to go to school during the school year when it comes to crunch time, I guess you could say, to getting those credits before graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Gomez. Were you leaning us to circle back and then we'll go to Trustee Smith?
I should kind of ask her.
You have another question?
Sorry. Because I did see in here that there was substance abuse intervention, prevention. If our student trustee can tell us that. Do you know if any students, I mean, obviously there's probably some sort of, confidentiality, but have you, I guess, has the district, what's the word I'm going to, advertised that there's these interventions for students? Have you seen that or heard that?
I've heard of it in the sense that staff in the school will be able to connect students when they see that it's the best fit for them. It's not that it's advertising exactly, but students will be able to be put with that staff or those interventions if they're seeing that they need it. And also, I wanted to add one more thing. For long-term subs, how it was a part of there, I wanted to say I think that's a very good idea when it comes to teachers being out this year and how we saw it last year. I've seen throughout Worcester there's a couple long-term subs, and students are able to make way more connections than seeing their different subs every day and seeing people going in and out of this classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Gomez. We're going to go to Trustee Smith and then to Dr. Nicolette. And then if nothing else, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you so much. I have to say this as a matter of conscience. The Washoe County School District is not the worst of the worst. That is my public statement from this dais. If you go into any of our classrooms and you see our students and you see our teachers and our administrators and our staff, and you see the work and the success and the phenomenal community members that are coming out of this school district, you would know objectively that the Washoe County School District is absolutely not the worst of the worst. This is a school district that I am proud to be a trustee of, and I am very, very proud to support.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Dr. Nicolette?
I'm working on bringing this full circle, and I ended up with Mark Mathers and Jeff Bezos. 2 words they said this morning. Bezos. Bezos. What did I say?
Bezos. Jeff Bezos. Then we wouldn't have any problems.
Oops.
Then we wouldn't have any problems. Oops. We wouldn't be. Every trustee can't get that $1 million.
Where's the spaceship? Laughing's good, yes? So they used 2 words this morning that I want to bring us full circle to, and that's policy and priorities. And I know that right now this money we're discussing in these programs is predicated on current policy and priorities. Many priorities of many people coming down to student success. And I would say basically predicated on our goals, our strategic goals, and our policies of working together to identify and make happen the things that work best in our schools. And so, although I got to say I like field trips, and I don't think 1 bus is enough, by the way, I think that's all good. I think those are discussions as we move forward into where do those ideas, including some that I have, where do they fall into the policies and priorities for the future? Right now, I think we're on a pathway, and I think this is good stuff to help us continue. I've seen great things happening in our schools. Yes, there are challenges, but I believe that right now what we're requesting, what you're requesting of us, fits into current policy and priority, and so I'm good with this.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Why don't we go to some public comment, and then we'll bring it back here. Hopefully we're working our way towards a motion. Okay, we're trying to get our... Okay, there we are. Go ahead, JJ.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon. Roger Edwards for the record. 49-year resident of Washoe County. I went to my first Washoe County School Board meeting in 1974, for anybody keeping track. And, it's a lot of this is just gobbledygook, okay? You have to have the numbers from these presenters, I understand. But, you don't need to see, at least this one, this slide got a chance to be stalled long enough to take a good look at it. And I got to admit with Trustee Church, take that leadership pathway money. The superintendent said you already had a program in place, but you didn't say how much money you're spending on it. And take that put it into summer school, put it into tutoring, for crying out loud. There's where it's needed the most, if anything. Put $4.5 million into tutoring, you'd have a whole nother session of school. And some of the numbers that he brought up here, 1,500 recovered credits, is that like made up credits? That's what we used to call them. Out of 60+ thousand students, it's not a blip on the radar. Especially with the numbers and the quality of education and graduation that we have been in for years, and some of this stuff has been going on for years already, some of these programs. And we're talking about dumping a whole bunch of SR3 money into it. And I don't see how learning where we need to make improvements is critical. I think when we look at the success of the programs that we already spend our time and money on, we should be able to figure that out without dumping $500,000, $2 million, $1.5 million into studies on this stuff. Academic recovery. I love that. You know, makeup is like apologizing for a screw up. Let's try to get the thing right the first time, okay? We've got a lot of people, hard-working teachers and hard-working administrators already. I understand we got a building learning program, leadership pathway program already in place. And you know, you got hundreds and hundreds of teachers. Some of them look forward to moving up, want to be an administrator. Most of them just love what they're doing. Let's just really try to focus on supporting them and focus. You know, my favorite word, focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham.
Good afternoon. James M. Bentham for the record. I was at the budget meeting this morning. I mentioned that I thought the budget needed written metrics, goals spelled out so the citizens could be informed. What improvement are we expecting over the next few years? Oh, I do approve data-based decision-making based on where we are right now, where we've been the last 5 or 6 years, the ACT scores as a measuring tool. This problem just didn't happen. It's been going on for years and years. We need a change in direction. The school board needs to spell out their priorities, be transparent, and we need academic recovery from over 5 years. 2016, ACT scores, Washoe County and Nevada, worst in the nation. A new direction is needed. The Republican women of Reno have put out a candidate pledge. 1, academic excellence, focusing on math, English, history, geography, biology, chemistry, physics, literature, civics. Also establishing a committee on quality of education. I did not hear that mentioned this morning or this afternoon. Equality and diversity, equal rights and ideals of
Mr.
Martin
Bentham,
Luther King.
Can you stay on the agenda item, please, sir?
I'm saying that this is where the money should go.
Oh, okay. I hear you.
Positive, traditional pro-education for our children. 3, biological realism to be taught in the schools. Number 6, protecting student data. I believe that the student data is at risk, and some of this money should be spent to protect the data and allow parents to review all the hidden data on their students. Education over administration. I believe some of the money should be spent for fiscal responsibility committee. And then quality of education superintendent. We need a superintendent who will be hired that knows that quality of education is the major responsibility of his job, and we expect increases in the quality as based on ACT scores that are quantifiable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Mike Krogan.
Mr. Krogan? That's okay, sir. Take your time. I saw you stand up, so.
My name is Mike Krogan, and I'm a resident of Reno. There was so much covered in this discussion that I've got my head exploding. I think what I want to do is get down to something that may serve several of the concerns that are part of this funding cycle. It's student addressed, it's addressed to mental health, it's addressed to tutoring. Programs or concerns, I think, that are directly associated to, as they say, where the rubber hits the road. I'm interested in knowing, perhaps Ms. Gomez could answer, I'm interested in knowing if there's a peer tutoring program in this district. I know a peer tutoring program from the high school I taught at all too long ago. It not only provided academic support for students by students, but it also provided support for mental health for students by students. I think you can hire the best mental health professional in the world, and they can't touch where peers can get to with their fellow students. Just an offhand comment. They can speak to each other in ways that mental health professionals cannot, in a language that professionals of any kind cannot use, but a language that is easily understood and penetrates barriers. I would ask everybody here to consider whether or not, or answer the question whether or not there is a peer tutoring program or peer counseling, call it either one, and if not, entertain some suggestion that move forward within the high schools and the middle schools. There is nothing more powerful to a 7th grader than to have an 11th grader come into their school and say, listen, man, this is what the problem is on the paper. This is how you give the teacher the answer she wants. Nothing more powerful than that. You can spend a lot of money doing a lot of other stuff. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. I'm a former K-12 teacher, and I have 2 kids left in the district. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what was said. As a teacher, the most effective thing is more highly effective teachers in the classroom and training highly effective administrators. So I don't know why we don't spend all the money on that. A lot of that stuff seems like fluff. A lot of what Trustee Church said I agree with. In the presentation, living ideation came out as a suicide prevention method at the high school. I've had kids in the high school for the last 10 years. I've never seen it. Maybe it's something new, but I don't know what it is. I Googled it. It's a book, and there's a 1-page handout on the district website, but I've never seen it over 10 years. With COVID, most parents now realize at least 2 things. 1, screens are not the best ways for their kids to learn, and 2, teachers' jobs are a lot harder than they realized. In the presentation, it came up that web-based, and nobody really said that this was great, but it did show in the presentation that starting in kindergarten, kids are in front of screens for Dreambox and one other one. I forget what it was. Most teachers know that's not the best way to do it. I'm not sure why we do it. I don't know if it's money or what the problem is, but maybe we don't have enough teachers. Back in 2018, this was also discussed at the board. This book by Dr. Cardenas, How Screen Addiction is Hijacking Our Kids and How to Break the Trance. Here's a handout for the board. In 2018, Protect Nevada Children sent you guys an email about that book. And what it talks about is age, and these are quotes, age-inappropriate screen tech has profoundly affected the brains of an entire generation, end quote. Later on, it goes to say, quote, excessive screen exposure can neurologically damage a young person's developing brain in the same way that cocaine addiction can, end quote. I'm not sure why we're putting kids in front of screens starting in kindergarten. Some of you were here in 2019 when Jessica came in and told the board the worst thing her kid ever got was a screen. First he became addicted to screens, then he became addicted to drugs. They had to send him to an expensive treatment program. The district is at many times the cause of that, and you're not addressing the issue that her kid dealt with. They could afford treatment, many people can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome back, Ms. Coley.
Hi. After speaking with several teachers about the ESSER funds, several things they said to me were building facilitators do not work directly with students, at least not at their schools. And they work with data with teachers and are basically the principal's sidekicks, and they would like to know where they can find a description of building facilitators' duties. I do not believe that equity and diversity trainers support teachers. This is what they said. Equity and diversity do not support teachers, and it's under your slides. It says under teacher support, equity and diversity. I could be wrong. Every grade, they believe every grade should have a teacher's aide to work directly with students in small groups every day. This is what would make the largest direct impact with both students and teachers. Many title schools do have aides funded. Many others do not. And I agree, there must be a pipeline for leadership. It will help both teachers and students. This is progress.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
Margaret Martini.
Welcome back, Ms. Martini. Hang on, let's get your mic on.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So blow your horn all you want, but numbers and statistics don't lie for the funding that you're asked to be spent. It's been forever and ever more that you keep wanting to throw more money at this and more money at this, and there's no results for it. There's little or no changes in the results with even throwing all this money at it. The more money you throw at the district, the less it seems to matter in results. Nobody mentions results, okay? It is embarrassing nationwide and even worldwide when you're dead last or almost dead last on everything. There's a problem here. We are looking at voting to spend more money to get less results and be dead last. Does that make any sense on anything that you do, whether it's teaching or whether it's owning a corporation? It's ridiculous. There is a huge problem, as it was stated, the teachers, administration, and et cetera, are wonderful people. Well, they may be wonderful people, but they're obviously not wonderful teachers. Look at the results, okay? Give them all the glowing reports that you want, but we're not seeing results from these glowing reports. So where are the results? Again, I keep saying results. Spend money, do this. You don't get any results. There's no reward for being dead last. Where is the accountability? You guys were voted in for accountability, and you have a superintendent that's supposed to be accountable for this, and the funding that you're passing out. So what I'm saying is, take all this money and hire different teachers if that's what's needed. Give them teacher support. Give them something for the money that we're spending rather than stupid social programs. It's ridiculous. These social programs are not academic, and they're not improving the academics. Again, last or dead last. Where's the results for this money? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martini.
Mike Gifford.
Welcome back, Principal Gifford.
Mike Gifford, sorry, I don't know if this is my place or not, but.
Well, let's get your mic on, sir. Okay, go right ahead.
But yeah, I know I'm a member of the public too, so I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. Mr. Ernst explained about the two things that most impact education. To bring it back to what we're talking about here, that's $11 million. And he talked about high quality instruction and high quality leadership within those areas. And this money answers that in every single way. Getting people that can work with our teachers and improve their instruction when we don't have time, like some of you talked about before. Having somebody who that's their job is going to improve instruction. And as was talked about a lot, we're going to run out of administrators. And I don't know what we're going to do at that point. So if we don't do something right now to think about that, we're going to be in a world of hurt soon. And so I think that this money goes directly towards the things that evidence and research show matters. And that's how we're supposed to make decisions, right? Is to look at things that really matter. And evidence points that these two areas matter. So I think where this is going, I'd love to give every dollar that we have to our teachers. But that's not possible in every situation. But this is going to lead to better environments in our classrooms for our kids to learn and succeed. And also, just to mention some of the facts that were picked to talk about things. As was just mentioned, that you guys are elected officials and you represent our district. And I ask that you champion our district. We can be critical and we can talk about things that we struggle with, but you should be championing our district first and foremost. Doesn't mean to make things up. Doesn't mean to be not honest. We need to be truthful. But champion us. Don't criticize us. We're working really hard. You can say that Nevada is 50th. We're not Nevada. We're Washoe County. There's a lot more to us than those stats that you brought up. ACT scores are tough. You're right. But if you look at Victoria, her ACT score does not define her. She's a lot more things than an ACT score. And we need to look at that for all of our kids because we are great in a lot of ways. And you know that if you come to our schools. So please do. I'll take you to class every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Gifford.
The board received emails from Mindy Lillyquist and Riley Gillis.
Thank you, JJ. We got into a deep conversation and didn't finish the presentation. And several of the trustees, as well as a couple of the public commenters, talked about evaluation and monitoring and how important that is. So we can jump into the website and go right into those two slides that I just kind of skipped over. Sorry.
You bet. So we did have a chance to talk about the evaluation monitoring, and we kind of fast forwarded on that. It's at this point that I'm proud to bring up Adriana Publico, who is our ESSER project manager. She's been doing some fantastic work with our website and showcasing how the monies are being used in the schools. And so she's going to take us through the website that the public can see and access at any point just to see how monies are being spent.
Let's get your microphone. I'm sorry, Adriana. First, I almost missed you. Then we didn't get your mic on. So, all right,
Appreciate you.
Ready to go.
I'm honestly so encouraged by this rich discussion and that you are engaging with it so deeply because you're right. The money's going to come and go. The legacy of this funding are the conversations we're having now, and that we align our resources with our priorities. So, thank you. I think this has been great, and I was kind of hopeful that I would be off the hook, but here we are. So, in my role as ESSER project manager, as Lauren mentioned, this is the largest infusion in public dollars in public education in the history of our nation, all funded by we the people. So there's some guidance in the federal language that really talks about informing the public of what's going on. And all of us in this room are very aware of what's going on, but I need everybody in our community to know what's going on and to start telling the story of ESSER. So really the requirement is a 6-month check-in with our community stakeholders. Best practice on top of that is having a website that's publicly accessible and live so that anybody who's curious about what we're doing with this funding can find out. So if you Google Washoe ESSER, ESSER Washoe, this is the first thing that comes up. You don't have to memorize it. It's always there. That's how I find it every day. And just a little overview, basically what's in our presentation, but this is more readable for a web layout and for mobile devices. What is ESSER? How did it come about? 3 acts of Congress that funded it. The history of each of those. On the left-hand side, if you'll scroll up, JJ, I have breakout pages for ESSERs 1, 2, and 3. Let's go into ESSER 3, actually, the one that we've discussed here tonight most. And you'll see, scroll down to the icons just a different visualization of the information that Lauren presented earlier so that the public can see exactly what we're doing with this funding. A lot of ESSER 2 what's funded by ESSER 2 rolls into ESSER 3. So a lot of this is ESSER 2 and 3. I just wanted to show it here because ESSER 3 is the largest bucket. If we go back to the main page, JJ, and we scroll down to the pie chart, once again, just a different visualization of those 6 buckets that we're spending the funding in. And once we get this revision in the books, we're going to update this so that people can see where all of the money is being spent. But really the page I'm most proud of is if you go to the ESSER in the News, ESSER News, yep. And this is really where we get to tell our story of the great things that are happening in our schools with this funding. This website is a collaboration between me and the communications department. I've worked really extensively with our webmaster, Michael Morris, to make this a site that's readable and easy for everybody to use, not just people like me who are in public agency websites all day, every day and know how to navigate them. So this is really for our community to know what's going on with the money. From the beginning, ESSER was created by American Rescue Plan. Nevada lawmakers accepted $2.7 billion. Then we got our plan approved. Then we started talking locally about the programs. 6,000 students have accessed tutoring already in the fall semester as a result of this funding. Wow. Over winter break, we had a few schools offering intercession for students who were behind and needed extra help, including, we're not going to go into it, but you can definitely go here anytime you want and see the second story, which is profiling a student named John, who's a senior at Reed High School, who recovered his Algebra 2 credit, so he's one big step closer to graduating with his peers. And then the story above that is a staff member of Reed High talking about how the teachers are making it happen. And the funding is allowing us to basically pay overtime for teachers who can or are willing to come in early, stay late, work on their preps, or on Saturdays and breaks to make it happen for our kids. So while we have staffing shortages, and we're never going to forget about that story, we still have thousands of people coming to work every day to make it happen for our kids, and that's what we're going to put up here. In the last few weeks, I worked closely with Victoria Cambrell, our public information officer, on getting our media partners out to schools. In the past few weeks, it hasn't made sense to do that, but we have a couple stories up our sleeve ready to go as soon as it does, and we're excited to share with you all the good things that are happening. My goal is at least one story a month on this website, so go ahead and bookmark it. We'll be putting good news here all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. We didn't skip you, and that was good information, so thank you. I know there are a couple more slides I'm giving you.
All right. Thank you,
right.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Finally, before we move forward with our recommendation, and again, I echo the sentiments of Adriana. We greatly appreciate the critical feedback, the areas that are areas that feel we're doing well and areas that we know we need to work on. So we appreciate this rich discussion, and we appreciate the entirety of this presentation. With the monitoring, we will continue to monitor the impact of the various initiatives. When we're given the single largest influx of money to the educational system that we've ever seen, it would, we want to make sure that that impact is what we want. And we are carefully putting efforts in place to make sure that we have an understanding of it. And you could hear some of the information. I mean, Adriana just mentioned already in our first semester of school, tutoring over 6,000 students. And so we'll keep an active look to make sure that we are monitoring the impact. We'll continue to quantify and project personnel and positions. While I think there's been lots of good discussion and feedback, staffing is a very real issue in many labor markets, particularly in education. And we'll continue to monitor to make sure that we are trying to get the absolute best individuals in front of our students. We'll look to always see wherever we get salary and cost savings, and then work to use those monies effectively on what we find our evaluation tells us are working and what we find are our priorities as we identify as a district. We'll continue to schedule regular data check-in meetings. We're always looking at that. Dr. Davidson and the team continually trying to make sure that we have an understanding of how these monies are being used and the impact they're having. We'll continue to interact with our community stakeholder meeting. These are 36 individuals who have provided exceptional feedback and unanimously supported all of the efforts that we have put forward, and so we greatly enjoy their impact. And then we'll come back before you in May to report again where we're at with ESSERS, areas that we have grown, areas that we still need to continue to work at, and share that with you so that everybody's staying informed as we're moving forward. With that being said, we would like to put forward the following recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ernst. You don't need to read your recommendations, Madam Superintendent.
I think you're good.
We can all see it. We've had robust discussion. We can certainly have more. We can move our way to a motion, whichever way that might be the pleasure of the board. Trustee Rodriguez?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the plan to spend the final 1/3 of the American Rescue Plan, ESSER 3, in the amount of $25,798,620.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. There's
Second.
a motion, and there's a second by Dr. Nicolette. Any further discussion?
I feel I would be remiss if I didn't say this, and that is to our community stakeholder group. That is a phenomenal group, such a broad, deep range of commitment, intelligence, experience, and that's a yeoman's work. I mean, really, the voices are, like I said, so very diverse, and yet they at the same time have to do their own research and make sense of what's going on and what is needed. And I really appreciate them. And I just want to say, Adriana, I so appreciate how you were able to focus on the good things that are happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. You have a comment, Trustee Mayberry?
I too would be remiss not to really express my gratitude and thanks for both of your efforts today and keeping us on track. I also want to thank the efforts on the website, extremely transparent, and I think that's fantastic. And I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Gifford. Your school's in my district, so I hope we can spend some time together in the days to come. Thank you for your profound words earlier this afternoon. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Church, are you ready to vote, or you want to have a comment, sir?
A few comments, and I promise I'll be brief.
Okay.
But we have had comments about where we're spending the money and why. And number one, I'm very frustrated that we're voting on $25 million when really it's $11 million. I've seen the other, absolutely no accounting for the other thing that we're voting on today. A lot of comments about quality of education. I want to clarify, Washoe County, not the state of Nevada, ACT scores 17.4, which places us below the state average and places Washoe County below Mississippi. Sorry, Mississippi, you're 49. And also from Washoe County statistics, pre-COVID, only 15% college ready. That's 85% not college ready. Post-COVID, 13% college ready. So if we're in denial, I don't see how we can get better in recognizing where we need to go if we don't agree where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any other discussion? Comments? All right, well, we're moving on to motion. There's a motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees approves the plan to spend the final 1/3 of the American Rescue Plan Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, or ESSER 3, in the amount of $25 million plus. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. Thank you both for the really comprehensive presentation, and thank you for the monitoring and evaluation as we go forward. This is great for our schools. All right, everybody, why don't we let's take a 10-minute break, trustees, because I know it's going to stretch to 15, so we'll be back here. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and get started. Call the meeting back to order. Trustee Nicolette, would you mind grabbing, if you grab that door right there, or Miss? Thank you very much. All right, we see the train is going by, but we'll try to go ahead and forge ahead anyway. We're on to agenda item 3.01. And I will say this for those who are listening, there was a bit of an audio glitch on YouTube. And so if you're hearing this, and there's no glitch right now, it's been fixed. Please just refresh your browser. Okay, refresh your browser. Refresh your browser, and then you should be good to go. For those who are listening on YouTube, I'll try to say that again, and if we didn't catch it, then we will. All right, so again, we're on to agenda item 3.02. This is information and discussion only. It's an item to update the Board of Trustees on mental wellness supports, including the use of and the potential use of telehealth and the delivery of medical and mental health supports for students in the Washoe County School District. And once again, we have before us Dr. LaMarca. This is your first visit today, but you have been a regular today, Ms. Loudon, so welcome. Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you, President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, board members. For the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I am joined by our counseling coordinator, Catherine Loudon, and I believe on Zoom we have Rochelle Murillo, our Director of Interventions, and Jennifer Crane, our Director of Student Health Services.
They may not show, but you should be able to hear.
Okay, and they will be joining in the presentation, and hopefully it'll be seamless. We promise to try and be brief. Thank you for inviting this presentation. This was requested by board members. We were in front of you in June, and we presented some of this material, but the board has changed, and we're back again. And as you stated, this isn't for action. This is for information tonight. Our basic objectives is to give you some information about telehealth as a service delivery model. We'll outline some general outcomes that might come from such a program. We'll talk a little bit about some district implications of this type of a program. We'll give you a sense of some of the historical practices within the school district, some of the current things that are happening, and possibilities for future directions. I'm not sure what just happened there, but telehealth is essentially using a telecommunication system to mimic what otherwise would be an in-person experience between an individual and a service provider. We're talking about physicians, psychiatrists, other healthcare workers. Those who will be providing the services are licensed. They're delivering services that are consistent with their licensure. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Crane, who is going to talk a little bit about some of the typical sorts of things you might see through a telehealth experience.
Hi. The telehealth experience may include urgent care visits, health screenings, patient and family education, follow-up care and consultation with a provider, coordination with a family physician. That means finding a physician in the community, over-the-counter medications, prescriptions being filled by the telehealth provider at the family's preferred pharmacy, psychiatric and mental health support services, and school and community resources for referrals.
And I think Rochelle's going to talk just a little bit about co-located service models to contextualize telehealth.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Rochelle Murillo. I'm the Director of the Intervention Department. Co-located service models are really important for our families who need to access resources within their community. Co-located resources can look something like several of the items on this slide: job training services, child welfare and family services, housing assistance, transportation assistance, any number of things. They're often in response to the needs of the families in that school. And you heard Principal Gifford talk about responding to the specific needs of his community and his needs earlier today. And this allows for community agencies, community-based agencies to come and provide services, co-located, and some coordination of services so that it's a one-stop shop for families. so that they are accessing it in their community within their school setting. And telehealth is one of those strategies that can be co-located in terms of the overall big picture of coordinating services for families when in need. And why is that important for our students within the school district? So we know there's a positive correlation between students who are healthy and improved academic outcomes and decreased absenteeism. So when our students are healthy and have access to health care and resources, there's a decreased missed instruction in classrooms. And more time in classrooms, not missing important academic time. So our desired and anticipated outcomes with something like telehealth would be increased access to healthcare when it's located within the community, in their neighborhood, and within schools. There's less need to access things like buses or transportation, taking away time from work when we have families who are working to pick up their children and take them to childcare providers. Going on buses can often take a couple of hours to get to childcare or to healthcare areas. So we also want to see improved attendance, increased time in the classrooms, increased enrollment, and improved overall academic outcomes. Because our students are in classrooms more frequently, we see increased graduation rates.
So we'll talk a little bit about some of the past efforts within the school district and some of our current efforts. And I think Jennifer Crane's going to start us out here. Jennifer.
Sorry. Yeah, I got. Still trying to hit buttons. Anyways, in the past, Washoe County School District has had both telehealth delivery and medical services, and I believe currently we have mental health services, but Catherine Loudon will talk about that. I'll talk about our past experience. We have had pilots with Renown, but our biggest success pilot was with Hazel Health. Hazel Health had two schools that they were providing telehealth services in. One was Cannon Elementary, and one was Trainer Middle School. It was a success, but unfortunately, due to different reasons, we weren't able to carry on with it. The students, it was very well received by students and parents, and they also did see an increase in students staying in school because they could have a telehealth visit with the provider right then and there, and if the child needed to go home, they were sent home, but the majority of the time, the provider could take care of the issue and send the child back to the classroom. And a lot of times it was just the fact that having a provider talk to a child was all they really needed in order to go back to the classroom. Also, as stated in some of the services, if the child needed a prescription, the parents were able to tell the provider where it needed to be sent, and it was there for when they got off work. And parents did receive information in regards to the visit when it was done, and could ask the provider any questions that they needed to ask.
So I'll talk a little bit, for the record, this is Catherine Loudon, and I'll talk a little bit about our current efforts with teletherapy. The last time that we presented to you in August as a trustees, we talked about the fact that prior to the pandemic, there were people that had some reservations and unfamiliarity with the concept of being able to access services and supports through a tele platform. As a result of the pandemic, people do have a greater familiarity with both the technology and also a trust in some of the processes involved with that. What we're doing right now is Washoe County School District has co-located integrated services in approximately 27 of our schools. About 1/3 of those involve a telehealth component or capacity. So as Rochelle mentioned, and so did Jennifer, one thing that's amazing about the access of telehealth and teletherapy is that you can have faster access. It removes barriers. Often a barrier is people's access to the services and the time that it takes or the transportation to the services. So the telehealth can provide that bridge to services or a set amount of sessions that someone can receive and then pass on to someone else. The other thing that it can do, and we have a critical shortage in our community of mental health providers, and you'll often hear people talking about that, as well as a critical shortage in our schools of the availability of some of the essential mental health staff that we need. Together with the school psychology department and other partners, we collaborate on building these integrated, co-located resources for our students and families so that they can have this access. One of the things that we received in Washoe County was a Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration grant called Project Aware, which stands for Advancing Wellness and Resiliency. Through that grant, we were able to hire Eric Olson as a project director and then a licensed clinical social worker, Tracy Sergioli, who's been doing a bunch of work on building our resources around what we're discovering and as we're implementing this in our schools with several of our partners that we currently have in place. The Project Aware grant supports 7 schools and is $500,000 each of 7 years. So that's one of the advantages to it. And then through our school psychology department, we also have some of these resources and we're able to see those in schools. And so the collaboration that we're doing is really opening doors for our families and for our kids. And I'll give you a little more examples in some of the next slides. So if you were to look around the state of Nevada, one of the things that Tracy has done, Tracy Sergioli and Dr. Lamarca and several of our partners, is we've started looking into other districts, Humboldt, Douglas, Elko, Lyon, Clark, and Carson. And we found that those districts are implementing telehealth for students in a large scale, and we were able to talk with them, discover which vendors they were using, talk about strengths and lesser strengths, look at what the packages are that they're receiving, and do that in the spirit of trying to not have to recreate the wheel when it comes to a larger scale beyond grant work. For implementation in our district. So we looked at things like Hazel, Iluna, United, Citizens Foundation, and discovered a lot about what works and doesn't work in those districts, including the contacts, the people that we would talk to try to get more help.
Catherine was beginning to talk a little bit about some of the implications for district implementation. I can tell you in the districts that we talked with, by and large, the concept is very well received. The implementation, like lots of different programming, can be sort of bumpy and up and down. And COVID threw sort of a wrench at a lot of the school districts. And so some of the things they had hoped to accomplish, they weren't able to accomplish yet. By and large, though, once they started, seats expanded, desire for this kind of support expanded. So we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the implications for a district that is attempting to implement telehealth programming. And I think Rochelle is starting us off on this.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. I do want to talk a little bit about family access. And in my previous slide, I talked about co-locating services within the school. And the reason why that's so important is schools really are our community hubs. They're where families feel most comfortable accessing resources. It's located within their neighborhood, within their community, with their community members. And so families are more comfortable. It's also more efficient for families to access those resources that are co-located within the school there in their neighborhood, rather than taking off time to go to work to find those particular resources in terms of healthcare or other resources. Co-located resources can often be outside agencies that come provide those resources and supports to us. An example of that could be family resource centers, and some of you have actually visited a family resource center, and those were our internal resources that we provide families, where we do needs assessments and provide resources based on the needs of a family within the school setting. When families can come in and meet with us. Those are entirely grant funded. So these services can often be community agencies or grant funded agencies. They're not implemented by teachers, rather community agencies or licensed professionals, as Dr. Lamarca discussed earlier in the presentation. As the schools are community centers and families are comfortable coming into schools, they're more likely to come into the school and actually access those resources. So it improves the access that they have. There's less instructional disruption for families and less disruption to the work day, especially if you have young children and then you have sick young children trying to pick them up from school, drive them, or be on a bus to take them to a medical care professional when you need to access health care. Being able to do that within your school setting is much more efficient and convenient for families to be able to access healthcare. And then parent permission and active informed consent is critical for our parents. So this can occur in multiple junctures, and we're able to do that through written permission over the phone if it's an acute need, and online registration. Excuse me.
So this is Jennifer Crane. And the staffing needs for the schools, in one of the pilots that we did, the staffing requirement was minimal. The providers provided the medications that may have been over the counter. They provided the equipment we were using, and a student could come in and have a situation right then and there. We would access the medical provider on an iPad, get the visit started with the student. The student would then take the iPad and talk to the physician and carry out the medical appointment. And when all was done, they would then send discharge notes or notes for the parents to follow through on, and the clinical aide would give those to the student. So it was minimal of staff time having to be put forth to have the medical facilities. The other option that could happen is that we schedule appointments, but what we were doing as far as telehealth was emergent needs and that, but we could also look to scheduling appointments also.
So for the record, again, this is Catherine Loudon. So Jennifer talked a little bit about staffing and staff access, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then also space. So some schools where you could go to see this is you could talk to Colleen Tuttle, the counselor at Lemon Valley, or Rachel Drake from Vaughan Middle School, and they would talk a little bit about how they're scheduling this and how they design and set aside space for telehealth or teletherapy that we have under the AWARE grant. And one of the things that they have to do is they have to design their space in a way that they can maintain confidentiality and privacy while still having some supervision. And so they need to still have some supervision because they have a relationship also with the therapist, so that if the session in telehealth or in teletherapy has some issues, they want to connect back to a person who can also help provide that continuity of care in the school setting. So they do that, and they have talked about ways that they do that in several of our counselor meetings when they're describing it, and we kind of work through the lessons learned with that. They also, because when you have telehealth and teletherapy, many of our schools are large cities. So not every student can have every bit of teletherapy or telehealth at the same time. So there has to be some scheduling, and you have to have some decision trees or process maps and resource mapping to try to figure out who's going to have which care. And so that's one of the things that us as a collaborative group have been able to work on, and through Project Aware and Dr. Lamarca's leadership have been building to go with this process as we're discussing integrated co-located care, but also the possibility of more telehealth.
Let me just add on really quick that Jen and Catherine are both kind of talking about our experience, but from the districts that we interviewed, this was their experience as well, in terms of very minimal impact on staff, and really the type of impact that's just consistent with their job duties. We're not like asking teachers to deliver services. The nurse or the clinical aide would be involved in this. The school counselor might be involved in this. And otherwise, they might be providing that support to these students anyways. Same with space considerations. The kind of space is pretty minimal, but it does take some room. For example, with the Hazel project, there was like a 4x4 console that had cabinets that were locked, that had medication, and a station. So there are some minimal building impacts. There are other implications as well. I'm just going to touch on a couple. As indicated in the staff report, excuse me, these are private visits when we're talking about supports for students. They're governed both by HIPAA as well as FERPA. And, you know, the other thing that we have to be concerned about with this is secure internet connections. So it's not so much the storage of data. At least in our experience and the experiences we've heard, we're not collecting information and then putting it into an infinite campus system, for example. But there is a person on the outside of our internet talking with someone on the inside of our intranet. And so we got to make sure that that transmission is secure. So there are some potential IT implications that the district, any district, would want to do due diligence before they implemented. I think with the Hazel pilot, which was very small scale within our district, and I'm not completely sure who kind of began that pilot. When we got towards the end of it, one of the things that we hadn't done is considered some of these IT sorts of issues. And so, for example, at the time at least, IT had suggested that within our intranet, building a specialized farm that would be secure just for this service, so that if someone is somehow trying to hack in, they can't get into the whole network. Anyway, the point is that in an implementation, we have to be very concerned about IT and secure transmission of information.
If I may, Dr. Lamarca, since you're on that, I think the question will certainly come, and I think it's a good question. Is so let's go back to student data, right? And how that data is collected. Does anybody collect it? How is it stored? And how are we protecting it, right? And I heard you say earlier, we aren't collecting the data, right? It really has more to do with the care provider. And I understand the connectivity piece of it. We need to make sure that's secure, but it has more to do with the whomever the provider is, which, you know, the family has opted. It's just like going to your doctor. Like your doctor has certain information on you and so on and so forth. You know, your student, so your parent has agreed, has said opt in. Yes, I like my student to have this therapy, for an example, like the teletherapy going on right now, or whatever the case may be, right? So the provider is collecting that data, and they would, just like any provider, any other doctors that we have, they would have the same requirements around that. So there's nothing that we are collecting.
That is correct, other than active permissions.
Right.
So similar to the earlier conversation around signs of suicide, we would engage in a parent permission process, and that would be kept on file. Directory information for the purposes of coordinating an appointment might be shared. That means like Paul LaMarca, he's in 3rd grade and he will see you at 9 a.m. That kind of information would be shared. But none of the data that's shared with the student, with the family, or that's collected as part of that interaction, whether it be medical or psychological, is stored in an educational record.
Okay, so it's really with the provider, like your doctor or whomever, and there needs to be parental permission for that to happen.
Correct.
Okay.
Another huge implication is the cost implication. I want to bring this to your attention because I'm sure many of you have received contacts from vendors. We certainly have. And just a few years ago, there weren't a lot of people in this, what people call space. Now there's more. So there's a lot of competition. One of the basic sales pitches, this is free to you. Pretty much we all know by this time that nothing's free. So, for example, there's IT implications. That might cost a little bit of an investment. When we've been contacted and we're talking about these are free services, typically what the vendor is indicating is they will do all the billing of Medicaid and of private insurance. They would like, and they would work with the district if the district is already doing some billing. That's a very cumbersome process. And so if a district were to take on billing, that would be cost. There would be costs associated with that. Excuse me. So there are different models that a district could choose that would vary in cost. So one of our fellow districts within the state, their medical services are free because the vendor bills Medicaid, so they're serving a smaller population just for that. But for the mental health supports, they've chosen as a district to actually buy seats. So every student within their school district gets X number of seats. So the point is there are cost implications, and through whatever process you use in deciding what you'd want, you figure it out, and then you know whether or not you're going to make a financial investment or not.
If I may, in terms of that, so that particular district, the vendors is billing Medicaid, correct? You said that, and then what if there's a student that isn't on Medicaid? Are they unable to participate in telehealth, or?
So that's the choices that we have to make. So, for example, the vendors will also bill private insurance.
But in that case, they don't do the private insurance?
Well, they would try. So if they've got Medicaid, they would bill Medicaid. If they don't have Medicaid and you're allowing other kids to come in who have private insurance, they would bill private insurance. There are some districts who've chosen to offset copays. So the point I'm trying to make is that the district could fully fund it, and it would probably be a very expensive kind of an endeavor. Or the district could choose to serve just a very focused population. So one of the districts we're talking about, when they began this, they only served special education students. They were very interested in those students not having their learning disrupted, so they just wanted to focus in on them. So their costs varied just because they served that population. If we were to serve all students within the district, we would have a lot of questions to answer. Are we going to offset copays? Are we going to bill private insurance? Are we going to pay for seats? So we would need that kind of definition and direction from the Board of Trustees if the district were to implement that kind of a model.
Okay.
I just want you guys to be aware, because we will likely receive ongoing comments from vendors, and oftentimes this is not a cost to the school district, and there's strings attached to it not being a cost.
Okay. Thank you.
So future opportunities. We already talked a little bit about expanded Medicaid billing. We can theoretically bill Medicaid for many services. There's some counseling services that we could bill for. There's special education services. There's behavioral support services. This is a very cumbersome process, and it's typically, as I understand it, reimbursed. And if it's not done very carefully, you don't get reimbursed. So it's a revenue source, but it's not necessarily one you count on. What you do is you make your investment and then you get your reimbursements. So this is an opportunity for telehealth in the future, but it's not one that's easy. I just want us to be really clearly aware that this is not a panacea. I think this is going to be, especially through, with COVID and other things, there are sort of silver linings, things we've learned. I think the presence of telehealth is going to just expand, not only within schools, but within our own lives. I think it won't be too long before we can just have all of our appointments online, if that's what we choose to do. So we know this is coming. We do know that right now, especially with the pandemic, there have been kids have been affected socially, emotionally, and a number of resources available to them to have some of these needs met, as Catherine had mentioned, are far and few between. So this is a good strategy for that kind of support. I just wanted to make a couple comments about this last bullet. It says community schools model. This is a federal program that may come. It's a competitive program. I believe they're setting aside it hasn't been finally approved, something like $442 million for school districts or partners to apply for these kinds of services. Community schools approach is basically what we're doing at Desert Skies Middle School, at Sparks Middle School. Ms. Murillo talked about co-location of services, and that is a big foundation of community schools. It is putting into the community the resources that are needed, and at an access point that's open to all. It is also a model that focuses heavily on family engagement, not just in including families into schools, but also in shared leadership. And it focuses on enrichment of student opportunities. So it's getting kids to school, engaged while they're there, and providing them opportunities to keep them there and giving them that sense of belonging. So I just want you to be aware of that, because it is it was an opportunity in the past year that UNR put forth a grant, and we were partners on that. The federal government pulled that money because of ESSERS. You just had a presentation on ESSERS earlier today, but now they're reinstituting it, and so there is a chance that we will seek funding to expand some of the services, primarily that Catherine talked about, are already occurring in some of our schools. Now, again, this is not an action item. We're not asking for you to take action. We wanted to just give you a general sense of the type of steps that could be taken. Again, there are a lot of providers in this area, and while the costs may be relatively minimal for a district, depending on what we would choose to do, this would be highly competitive. People would want to provide these services. They'd have access to 65,000 families. So we would strongly recommend, if we go in this direction, to issue an RFP, a request for proposals, with a well-specified program, and allow vendors to tell us what they could provide and for what cost. Because of its kind of impact and not knowing a lot about this kind of programming yet, we would want to start small and scale up if the data suggests this is valuable to our families and it's meeting some of those needs we talked about, increased attendance, which eventually is increased academic learning. So those are just some ideas for you. We are continuing to provide services, some of the mental health supports within our buildings, and that's ongoing. We expect that to continue. So with that, we are open to questions, and there's 4 of us to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for the reminder that we do have a couple of people virtually as well. We'll start with Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I am very interested in these level of services, but I appreciate the fact that you've looked at this from the 360 degrees, because it's really important to not just hear what's being sold to us as a great idea, but to truly understand the implications of it. So here's my question, and I am very favorable towards learning more about this, and I like the way that you have this potential implementation plan. Considering that we do have other school districts in our own state that have done this, would there be the potential for us to talk to them on a peer level to learn what were their challenges, what did they overcome? In other words, could we implement their lessons learned as we potentially embark on this?
Thank you for the question. I think that one's an easy yes, and that's one of the great things about Nevada is we're large, but we're only 17 school districts, and so we were easily able to access our friends from other districts and learn from them. And they would be willing to share, and we always share. And Dr. McNeil is part of the superintendent's group. That's a great sharing group as well. It's a little different. Clark is much bigger than Washoe, and Washoe is much bigger than some of the rural school districts. This is an absolutely great model for rural school districts because of access issues. So that some of the needs are a little bit different, but yes, we would learn from our partners.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I saw Trustee Mayberry and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. So the question I have is, and it may sound critical, it's not intended to be, because I'd like to learn more, but in this age of COVID, okay, how do you sort of reconcile having a student who's potentially ill, who's sick, seeking medical care now, at the school via telehealth? You see the disconnect there?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. I was thinking about that today, trying to anticipate questions. And so to sort of put your questions together, Lyon County, at least in sharing with us, COVID has really restricted some of the medical support they provided for the very reasons you're talking about. Now, we do have our self-screener, and our self-screener kind of lists out under these conditions, you got to go home right away. But if you only have one of these symptoms and it's in this category, you don't have to go away. So there are some criteria a clinical aide, for example, could use, or a nurse could use to say, yes, we can serve you and support you right here. But right now with COVID, you got a fever, you're going home. Yeah. But there's also, and I would point out that there's some other things, and Ms. Crane talked about that. There are some screenings that could occur, so maybe some hearing screenings or some eyesight screenings that you could potentially do using telehealth. So there are other strategies. A child who may have a sort of a persistent condition where they have changes in medication, they could schedule appointments at school so they don't have to miss school, and they might be able to coordinate the prescription drug kind of situation that somebody mentioned earlier in the presentation.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes, and thank you both again for putting this on. I think this is a lot of great information, and while we are for the most part pretty metropolitan, we do have Gerlach and Pyramid Lake. Our schools are out there a little ways, so I think this would be a great resource, especially for those schools. One of my main questions, I guess, is if we've done pilot programs in the past, such as Renown Pilot and Hazel Pilot, I know you kind of touched on them a little bit. Is there really a need to look at having to do another test run going on for 1, 2, 3 years?
Jen Crane might want to comment. I'll tell you that the Hazel pilot that was at Cannon and at Trainer, my understanding is we were only in the field for about 2 months. So that's not enough time to evaluate whether there's a real change in attendance. I can say that from what I'm told and what I saw, clinical staff was very satisfied with the partnership with Hazel and what was occurring, and it did seem as if kids were coming to school and staying in school, and that's a good thing. Renown Pilot, that was sort of a situation where there was like a bus that went over to Wooster High School, to O'Brien, to a couple of locations, and that actually Renown studied and felt this was not a sustainable model. They couldn't sustain that. Gotcha. I do think that it's a big investment. We don't know the billing, so there's a lot of ins and outs that I don't feel confident about, but we could learn from other districts. We might be able to speed it up. That's my best advice is a 3-year rollout.
And have you looked at any charter schools in the area? I kind of looked into this a little bit, and I do believe there's a few charter schools that have telehealth, more specifically Hazel Health. Have you guys looked at them?
Have not talked directly to charters. Catherine, have you?
No, we have not talked directly to charters about their telehealth, but that's definitely something that we could look into. And I would just echo what Dr. LaMarca mentioned about, so after the Hazel Project sunset, and Jen and I were very involved in that. We talked to the staff trainer and Rita Cannon. We're both very happy with it and excited about it. But the window of application was not very long. And then also, too, they thought they needed much longer than even what they had. I believe that the principal of Rita Cannon recently said, he would have liked to have had a couple of years to see how it was implemented in that collaboration.
Let me add one other thing. I do think it's a great model for rurals. It's a great model for our area as well. So you're right, we have some areas that are rural, but we also don't have access to busing in all of our areas. So, getting a bus from Spanish Springs into town, it's not available. And also, just to do some of that, you're talking about missing work, and Miss Maria talked about some of that. This would be a good model for us. We believe in this.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. And
I'll come back. I'll let trustees.
You want?
No, I'll come back around. I'll listen to the trustees. I got more questions.
Oh,
I'll be nice.
No, that's fine. We can certainly we can share it. I would also at some point I'd love to hear from our student trustee on this from a student perspective as well. So I saw Clerk Minetto and then Superintendent. I know at some point you'd like to weigh in. I saw your light on and off and so on. So we'll go to Clerk Minetto and then we're gonna let the student trust trump everybody.
Thank you, Madam President. So thank you for this, by the way. How far out are we maybe looking at if everything goes the way we want it to? Because it's government, which takes forever.
I'll take that one.
Before you retire.
Yeah, we know that's not happening.
Hold on there, Sky Ranger. So, in all actuality, as Dr. LaMarca has stated, overall telehealth, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. I think there are different generations of telehealth. When we had the pilot, I think a lot of development has happened with telehealth. I think the telehealth agencies, whether it's Hazel or whomever, have learned a lot of what they've been able to do and what they haven't been able to do. So I think that needs to take into consideration. There are concerns around IT, and that needs to be absolutely taken care of, because that was part of the concern with the original pilot as well, is that when you have somebody from outside come onto your network, there are a whole host of issues that could happen. So that's something that needs to be taken a look at. The Medicaid, I cannot stress enough, the Medicaid issue is huge as far as billable, what's not billable, and then insurance. So all of that, what Dr. LaMarca was saying, that needs to go into your RFI, your request for information, or your RFP, request for proposal. And then I would also say that I think as you move into your next phase, right, with your new CEO, they need to be involved. I would say that as a new superintendent, that I would like to be engaged in that conversation because it's important. Your new superintendent may actually have some very good experience with telehealth that they would then be able to build out in whatever this would look like. You're also building your new strategic plan, and you have Goal 5. And whether you keep Goal 5 or you morph Goal 5 around safety and security, that's going to be a big part of it as well, too, what that conversation would look like. So as far as a date, I don't think I could give you a recommendation for a date, but I think there's a lot of things that still need to be worked out on this as you move forward.
Okay, we take that was the superintendent and Clerk Minetto. Thank you. We're going to go to our student trustee, and then I think Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I think from what was explained tonight, I think it's very interesting that students have the access to this opportunity to be able to receive that telehealth, and I think from the possible next steps that were explained, I think it would be very beneficial when it is like at a school site, because how it says like the process of having one school then expanding it to more schools. I think that's when specific schools, or once in the 3 years, hopefully that more schools have it, students will be able to more specifically use it, because right now it's more of a broad range and it's not as specific schools. Exactly, once more specific schools know that they have it, they'll be able to use it in a better way, I guess, and there'll be more support towards it. I think right now, just the amount of people that know about it might not exactly be that large of a group. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Student Trustee Gomez. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. Two things, well, a lot runs through my mind, and I'm glad this is for discussion only because I feel like I have a lot more research to conduct. But there's two components here. A cabinet with drugs in it, that just is a red flag for me, only because I don't understand it and I don't know about it. What kind of drugs? What kind of responsibility and privilege do parents have to call Diane up on the phone and say, hey, Diane, we want to give your child a Tylenol, or we're going to give them some penicillin? I don't know. What does that look like? I know there's a lot to flesh out here, but I'm just curious.
Jennifer, can you comment on that?
Yes, I can. Thank you. So we also have to make sure that we are also following Board of Nursing standards too, if a nurse were to step in and help out. So all that would be able to be kept in the cabinet at the school sites are over-the-counter medications, and those cannot be given out without a doctor's prescription. So a parent could not call up and say, hey, can you give, my child a Tylenol? They have a headache, and that we would have to have a doctor's order in order to do that. And so it's not, it would just be over-the-counter medications. We would not have a stock pharmacy with penicillin or any of that.
Thank you, Jen. So to take that a step further, I get that. That's good news. So would you need to call up Diane Nicolette to even give a Tylenol to Nathan Nicolette, before, even if the doctor says, do it, you got to get parental permission first?
Correct. And so the way most of the telehealth works, such as when we were dealing with Hazel, it would be that the parent would also be on the telephone at the same time and give permission if there was an over-the-counter medication to be given. Nothing can be given to the child without the parental consent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't we circle back to Trustee Rodriguez? I have a couple of comments as well, but let's go back to you, sir.
So if we are potentially looking at moving forward doing a pilot program or something along those lines, obviously I understand Superintendent McNeil is IT, and I agree too. Want good, safe security for them. What groups or telehealth groups would we look at? Would we look at giving Hazel Health another shot, giving them more than 2 months, or look at Renown Pilot, or who would we be looking at?
Through the RFP process, we would search nationally. And because we've been contacted by a number of vendors, including Hazel Health, out of professional courtesy, we would let them know that we've issued an RFP. But we would invite all potential bidders nationwide.
Okay, and then would you pick like 3 and put them in several schools, or you just go with one company, or?
I suppose there's different models you could use. I think we would choose one vendor. I would want Andrea Sullivan, our purchasing director, to really talk about procurement. But typically, that's what would occur: is we would get in a number of bids based on sort of a paper review. We would bring it down to a manageable number, and there may only be 4 people that bid. You don't know for sure. We'd bring them in. We'd score them against a rubric. We might have a second iteration if there's a tie. So it's a kind of a complex process. That process alone is probably a 6-month process.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. In that, I guess I think first of all, very good conversation. a lot of things would still need to be taken care of and addressed. Obviously, the IT piece of it, which we need to relating someone into our network. The student data piece, of course, I know we're concerned about that, especially in this sensitive area of health issues. We want to make sure of that. I'm still, especially where we are right now today, even if it's 1 to 4 hours additional, some of that time, maybe time that they're already spending, there's still a little extra something. Right now, and people are pretty stretched pretty thin. And of course, we're getting a new CEO at some point, and in the midst of that, though, this is such. I'm a supporter of telehealth. I think it's great. I liked it when we first learned about it pre-COVID, and then COVID just took it to a whole nother level, and that was no longer that foreign animal, so to speak, that it was before COVID. Right now, we've probably all had at least one telehealth appointment. In the last couple of years, or at least known someone who has. So I'm wondering if there's anything, because I'm certainly mindful of all of those things, if there's anything that can be done now in terms of, let's not just say, okay, here, boom, we'll talk about this again in 6 months. Is there anything, and I don't know what that might be, so that it's like, hey, this is something, if there's something at the board, and this is not an action item, right? But if it's something that's like, let's gather some information, or I don't know what that might look like or might be, just so that, it's just not in a corner somewhere. If it's something that the board has some level of interest in. I don't know, again, I don't even know what that might be or what that might look like or anything like that, but it's certainly worth finding out more. And I don't know what that means, right? Because I know all those things that I said, we have some concerns that still need to be worked out. We know we have a new CEO that's coming on. We have a new strategic plan. I mean, so certainly not the time to say, "Ooh, let's embrace this new initiative and go." But how do we make sure it's not dead? Again, just give me your thoughts on that.
If Dr. McNeil directs me, I think one of the things, and she mentioned it a moment ago, one of the natural next steps would be an RFI as opposed to an RFP, so a request for information. And essentially what this would be to provide a skeletal outline of the kind of program we're looking for, issue it out to as many vendors as we know, and basically say, hey, what could you provide? And get more information from them. At the same time, we could do some research with other school districts, not just in Nevada, but outside of Nevada, to see if there are any best practices yet. We have a connection with greater city schools. I'm sure some of the larger school districts are using telehealth strategies. So there's information that we can collect that would be very helpful in an RFP process if we're directed. And we're happy to do that work.
Maybe it's a gather information piece again, and not a let's gather it by tomorrow.
Yep.
Right, because this is not something we want to jump in. Let's start this whole new. We're going to do this in July, kind of a thing. Again, I don't know what that might look like, but at least it's hey, we want to learn some more about this. We had a conversation, as you said, 6 months ago about it, new trustees, and so keep it up, which is great. So okay, how do we gather some info? So then when we do get a new superintendent, they certainly, he or she, will be able to weigh in. Hey, here's some information I've gathered. Let me take a look at this stuff. Let me see how I feel. What kind of recommendation I might want to make to the board, if anything, right? Or hey, there's some other information I want to reach out because I've had some experience or something. So it's not something that's imminent tomorrow, next month, next week, next month, because we know kind of where we are right now. But and I don't know. This is not an action item. I know he's about to kick me under the table. I already know. All right, getting close. I already know. So. I mean that would be that's kind of what's going around in my head right now, if you will, in light of all the really important things that have been considered. Trustee Smith and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you. So I like that idea of starting with the RFI so that we even know what questions to possibly ask for an RFP. Would that also take 6 months, or would an RFI be a shorter period that could potentially provide some additional guidance?
I feel confident that it would be a much shorter period of time, but I want to work with purchasing on that kind of a thing. It's probably a 2 to 3 month period of real good data collection. But it would also make the RFP process go faster.
Since we're not making decisions here, but I would share that I think that that's a thoughtful approach to the process that I would support. And one of the reasons why I support this is it's one of the best slides I've ever seen in any presentation, and it is slide 6. And it is telehealth why. I'm not going to read everything here, but this is really the compelling reason why this is worth exploring. Not committing to an outcome, but exploring. And this just says it all right there for me.
Okay, so it looks like if the board would like to go further at all, then we need to have an action item at some point to ask the superintendent to act accordingly. So, and that would allow some conversation, some dialogue about it, and then we can also, talk about some timelines and make sure in that, that those areas of concern are included. So that might be.
Can I ask a question? So, and apologies for figuring this out. So would we as a board need to provide direction to the superintendent to even do the RFI? Or is the RFI something that the superintendent can request of the staff?
I would be able to request that.
Oh, okay. So then we don't necessarily need to have an action item.
Not at this point.
Not at this point. Superintendent McNeil, do you kind of have some idea of what,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Are there other questions of staff? You have me trained. You need some direction. You have me trained. I'm trying to make sure we have what you need. I think you kind of have a tenor of the conversation. Thank you for the work and for bringing the information. A lot more questions out there, but at least we're in a position to find out more information.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your work.
Okay. All right, now on to agenda item 3.03. 3.03, this is presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide direction to the superintendent on high school graduation plans for the class of 2022. And we have a plethora. Oh, but we have not, everyone's not here sitting in front of us. So are we starting with our lead area superintendent, Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Okay, welcome.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent. I'd just like to introduce who's with me today. Gina Curtis, Area Superintendent, former high school principal. Via Zoom, Leah Kusher, Principal of Worcester High School. Desiree Mandeville, Principal of North Valleys High School. Tiffany McMaster, Principal of AACT. And here with us, Chief Trevino from School Police, and Vanjie Russell, Project Manager. Our 3 principals are joining us on Zoom. They are also in their cars. They had been waiting at their schools. We asked them to please start heading home because they each have over an hour drive home. So we wanted them to start home. So they are in their vehicles. They will be listening, and if needed, we'll just direct questions to them so that they can respond, and then we'll ask them to share some things as well. But we'll call them out since we don't want them looking at their phones. Don't look at your phones, ladies. So at this point, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Gina Curtis, who's going to be speaking to us about some long-standing traditions in our commencement ceremonies.
Good evening, President Taylor, Board of Trustees, and Dr. McNeil. Nice to see everyone. Happy New Year. Excited to talk about graduation and the commencement ceremonies that are coming up for the class of 2022. You'll see on the slide that there's some great pictures of our current class of 2022, able to see our students participating in activities and events and hopefully getting back to our normalcy. So just wanted to talk about the importance of traditions in the Washoe County School District. As former principals, as Lauren has said, we really do value the uniqueness of our culture of our schools and their traditions. And, you know, we can look, I would be remiss if I didn't mention every high school, but when we're looking at our long-standing schools with Sparks and Hug and Reno and Wooster, and our unique schools with Innovations and Inspire and North Star and Rise and Turning Point, and then our newer schools, when we think of North Valleys, DeMonte Ranch, and Spanish Springs, to think those are our newer schools, as well as our long-standing schools of Reed and Galena, and I had to look, McQueen and AACT. So I remembered almost all of them. So I had the opportunity to meet with the Student Advisory Council this week with Dr. McNeil and Ms. Russell, and we were talking with them about traditions and what graduation and commencements look like, and what they look like before the pandemic. And we are just honored that Lawler has invited us back to their school, their program, and the opportunity to be again at the university. Since I've been in this district since 2001, the tradition of having the ceremonies at Lawler has just been an extraordinary opportunity. It brings dignity and the idea of such a special event at such a classy place. And we're just honored that we are invited back again. And with that, I do want to focus on the venue, yet also the style and uniqueness of the programs of the commencements. So when we look at, you can go ahead and switch the slide. When we look at our schools were not built to hold graduations. Right? That wasn't the intent when they were built. And over the last couple years with the pandemic, we've had to overcome some obstacles. And with the support of our communities, our families, our staff, we have had some fun and amazing ceremonies. So in 2020, we were able to have the drive-through graduation ceremonies that every school presented at their site. They did it in their own way, but families were able to drive up. Kids got out of their cars in their caps and gowns, shook the hand of the principal, got their diploma cover, took pictures, jumped back in the car, and ran around the school. So we saw that was a success because we wanted to make sure that we felt a part of the school, and that worked very well. Then last year we were able to be at a site. And we had some challenges in that we wanted to be equitable for all of our schools. And when we look at our sites, not all of them are built for a graduation ceremony as well as sporting events. You know, when you look at Worcester High School, they could not have their graduation ceremony at the site because of the smallness of it and the big class, but yet the smallness of the school. And I'm sure Victoria can add upon that a little bit. And then when we look at AACT, they don't even have a field, right? And so we were able to offer Damani Ranch as a base for all of our schools to have the opportunity, if they couldn't house their graduation ceremony at their own schools. I was able to attend a lot of the ceremonies, mostly like you, and I know at North Valleys, being such a big school and being able to have it at their site, they still weren't able to have everybody present and accounted for. So I don't want to belabor this issue, but I do want to make sure that we are focusing on the venue and then honoring the traditions of the schools in their own unique way. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Vanjie, as Victoria calls her.
Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, and superintendent.
Can we get you a little closer to the mic, Vanjie?
Thank you, President Taylor, trustees, Superintendent McNeil, Vanjie Russell, for the record. I believe we were going to begin with Chief Trevino, who would speak to the traffic and crowd management associated with our ceremonies for the last several years.
Thank you. Jason Trevino, Chief of Police, for the record. Thank you for having me tonight. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and board members. So just a couple of things that we kind of wanted to touch on here with I guess, kind of the pros of going back to Lawler Event Center versus the individual sites. One is the partnership with UNR Police Department. It provides us to have more coverage than we would normally have, and obviously they know their campus very well, and it kind of works out really nice because we do the inside, they do the outside, and it's kind of a split duties type of event, and they're obviously very used to it. They've been doing it just as long as we have there, as well as the other large events that they have on a weekly basis at the facility. One of the other major pros, if you will, is the controlled access. It's much easier to designate access where people are coming and going from. It's not like for instance, like Reed High School's football field. It's pretty easy to jump a 3-foot fence at the back of the property and be inside the graduation. You can't do that at Lawler Event Center. We can control the access points. Obviously, the designated parking garage areas are very clear. You can only kind of go in one way and out one way instead of having cars backing up and trying to go all sorts of different directions at the conclusion of the event, which, of course, if you were there, you saw the kind of the mass chaos of cars trying to go different directions out of our parking lots. The traffic flow for the large events, like I said, they have basketball games there that have, several thousand people attend, and the traffic flows. It's slow. Don't get me wrong. You're going to get phone calls. People are upset, but it's a large event. It's no different than going to a basketball game or a UNR football game or a concert at Lawler Event Center. You're not going to get out of the parking garage in 5 minutes, but it's very clear how you're going to get out. It's going to be an orderly fashion. Once you get in line, you're just going to go down, down, down until you're out, versus multiple entry-exit points that we kind of had to battle with. The staffing plan, as far as officers, as well as our emergency operation plans, become standardized. It's very easy to get a staffing ratio, which, like I said, we've done this for many, many years, of how many officers we need at what times. And then also with our emergency operation plan, really the only thing that changes daily is the weather. So like if we had like thunderstorms in the forecast or something like that. But everything else is standardized at that point. So you don't have to continuously do different plans for different sites, and then obviously adjust to all the differences that can come up for those different sites on a daily basis. And then one of the big things for me, obviously, is we have less external safety concerns. So we have a closed venue. We're inside. It just creates that barrier and insulates our student, staff, and family from external problems that could occur versus having open graduations that are outside or on football fields and those types of things.
Thank you, Chief Trevino. Vanjie Russell for the record. So Jason spoke to the traffic and the crowd management. I would like to address the inclement weather. That is a grave concern. One of the things we would like to ensure is the comfort of our guests at the event. If we have a thunderstorm, if there's inclement weather, if there's high winds, we would have to cancel a graduation. It would be terrible for those students and those families to do so. When we look at the compliance with the current directives, we as a district have been very good about addressing that and complying with all current directives. I have spoken with UNR Lawler. We would continue to do that, and we would also be able to ensure that we could be even stricter than they are if we chose to. We would use all available staffing, both between UNR and Washoe County School District. They are suffering from the same community situation with a lack of resources and staffing. But our teams are stepping up, and they will all be helping us as well, which will also help keep the costs down.
So on this slide, you will see our tentative schedule. Now, I do want to point out one thing, that we do start on Wednesday, June 8th, and I know that we may have received some public comment in regards to this. So we must ensure that our last contingency day of instruction is held, and all ceremonies will begin after the student minimum minutes for attendance have been met. So we cannot start a graduation ceremony until after those minutes have been met. That it must occur following that. So hence why we begin the ceremonies on June 8th. You will notice on the right-hand side of the slide, we do have some schools that the events are not held at Lawler. So for those sites, TMCC High School holds their event at TMCC. Piccolo holds a very special event if you've been there. They used to do a dinner and quite a very, very special event, and that's usually held at their site. Incline High School is on a different calendar, and because of that, we've concluded our graduations at Lawler, so they hold theirs at their high school. Gerlach High School had one senior who has already graduated. Two seniors that already graduated on the December 15th. Of course, if there's another senior or if there's a graduation ceremony they partake in later, we will have that. So with this event at Lawler, want me to say that part? So at some of the campuses, tickets were given out to families. At Lawler, we will be able to give out more tickets to families. The venue holds 7,000 people. So we have the ability to have families bring more of family members to the event. In addition, it will be live streamed so that it can be seen by family members elsewhere across the United States. This is our superintendent's recommendation. And if there's any questions for our principals who are traveling in the car or for any of us, we would be happy to address any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Why don't we just go right to public comment first, then we can bring them back here to the table. Okay? Thank you, staff, and thank you to the principals. Be safe.
Alexa Carver.
I'm sorry, last name? Carla?
Carver. C-A-R-V as in Victor, E-R.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Carver.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Taylor and other members of the board. My name is Alexia Carver, and I'm a senior at North Valleys High School. Hi, Ms. Curtis. I'm here today to encourage the board to have a centralized graduation location this June. The last 2 years of graduation have taken the sense of achievement, community, and fun out of graduation. And this year, because of lessened COVID mandates, we have the opportunity to grant back some of the excitement that graduation has recently lacked. Please consider advising Superintendent McNeil, also hi, on having graduation at Lawler Events Center or an outdoor venue like Rancho San Rafael Park that would still allow for social distancing. The opportunity to have a safe and important feeling graduation is the morale boost that I think the burgeoning adults in my graduation class desperately need. And also me, please. But thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. You've been here quite a while waiting. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, please go.
The board received emails from Rachel Davis, Jamie Winchell, Daniela Bazzoli Ferrari, Karen Gacci, Sarah Salcedo, the O'Connell family, Ann Polly, Lisa Lindsay, Lisa Hammerargan, Stephanie Peterson, Robin Fowler, Donna Gaspari, Daniel LaFountain, Lori Powers, Lori Wallets, Michelle Larson, Leonard Wallets, the Childs family, Karen McCaskill, Cheryl Sizes, Dawn Denton, Chris Sullivan, Anna Bauman, Julie Fontani, Christine Kine, Yvonne and Ryan Dixon, Annie Cates, Hap Higashi, Amanda Miller, Michelle Simmons with the Galena PTO, Jana Rager, Melissa Hums, Claire Sear, Christine Anderson, Julie Custer, Jessica Dunn, Raquel Aboud, Methany Averill, Chris Williams, Ali Demathonis, Jennifer Smith, and Amy Ryan.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all who took the time to, like Ms. Carver, who came in person, but those who took the time to send us emails. A lot of conversation on this as well. One thing I'd like to start with is hearing from our student trustee. I know she spoke with the Student Advisory Council. If you can share a little bit of that conversation with your peers, that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Curtis actually did meet with us along with Ms. Dr. McNeil and Ms. Vanjie, and I'm always changing her name. And we were able to talk about traditions, as they said, and talk about kind of what the excitement was of bringing it back to Lawler. And I think it was we are all the seniors that are on SAC can say that we are very excited to have it back at Lawler because we are all able to be together and the families are able to come out. Even though it's a limited number, I think it's still just a great opportunity to be back at UNR in that big space all as a school together. And definitely, we're all very excited. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Ford?
All of our principals are safe at home and are eager to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Trustee Rodriguez? And one thing I would like to since they're there safe at home, I'd love to hear from each of the principals, just to, so they've, not just because they've taken the time they have, but they lived through this on the other side of it. And I think that might be informative for each of us as well. So we'll go to Trustee Rodriguez. This is me giving them a heads up that's going to be forthcoming. So get your snack, put it down, whatever you have, so we can, because JJ will put you on the screen. Trustee Rodriguez?
Oh, yeah, no, I would love to get the, as well, hear the principals. They're the ones that have the best pulse of their community. So there is a lot of public comment on this. And I'm just wondering, I guess big more for the principals, like while we did get a lot of public comment asking to stay in their prospective high schools, I know Lawler's pretty traditional. How are you guys adjusting that, or is there more? Are you guys hearing more in favor of going to Lawler, or?
So why don't we thank you, Trustee Rodriguez? What would be great is if we can just hear from all three of them, and certainly if they can each share that, we can kind of get a 2-for-1.
Des, would you like to start? Or Tiffany,
Sure.
since we can.
I was going to say
go ahead,
Tiffany's
Des.
on the screen, so.
Tiffany, you go.
There's Des.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to talk about graduation. This is something I know that all principals are super excited about, and just so happy to be a part of this journey. This is one of the big highlights in our career, is every moment we get to spend with a child when they graduate. So I think my experiences with graduation, this is my third year as a high school principal. So my first graduation was 2020 when we did the drive-through style graduation. And then last year we were at DeMonte Ranch High School. Being a school that is smaller and we don't have a field, we had to find another location. DeMonte Ranch High School was very, very gracious and accommodating and hosted us. And I think that we had a successful graduation, but it was a lot of work, to be quite honest. Being that it wasn't at our site, we didn't know the intimate inner workings of DeMonte Ranch High School. So trying to plan staffing needs and crowd control and the functioning of the event, facilitating getting supplies to the event, the setup and the breakdown quickly because there were other events being held there afterwards. It was a lot of work, and of course it's work that we're happy to do because we want to always do what's best for our students, and we wanted to celebrate them. But I know that a return to Lawler would be likely welcomed with open arms by my community, just because going to DeMonte was another location anyway. We didn't have our event on our AACT site, so I think there is something kind of formal and ceremonial about going to Lawler. So I think we're very excited about that opportunity.
Thank you, Principal McMaster. Who's next? Oh, yes.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So for us being such a large school, our issues were the management. A lot of what Chief Trevino talked about, a lot of the inclement weather, obviously. We luckily didn't have weather, but it was a hot day. And so the only people who had shade were, those that could sit on the stage. We wish we could have had it for everybody, but that wasn't obviously something we could do since we weren't equipped for that. Additionally, we had to limit our tickets to 6 per graduate for their family. And then that left, families who didn't have to have, didn't need 6, they only needed 2 or 3. Then they were bargaining, right, with each other and those kinds of things, which I appreciate that they got real creative, but I know that caused some tension within the community. Just how many do you have and how many do you have? And so I worried about what that would bring. Our campus itself, we were just unbelievably packed, which was amazing. It was so personal. I do love that part, but I do agree that it did lose the formality and maybe lost a little bit of the recognition that formal graduation at Lawler brings. I do know with all the high school principals, we don't necessarily all agree. I'm talking to Principal Bell at DeMonte. Obviously his facility is able and capable to host more than we can, but we really wanted to have it at our site. So it was definitely a challenge logistically, also with the time frame when it came so far after the school year had ended, which in the grand scheme of things, it didn't seem like that far, but it was. We had graduates that had to take off for boot camps and other things that weren't able to attend. As we tried to spread things out, it just had a lot of logistical things and also additional stuff on the staff at the school site that wasn't prepared for the level of work.
just not having done it before that we would encounter. And that was, it was pretty intense. And I just think going back to a tradition would be, more of a tradition would be would be my recommendation and the way we should go, especially being a larger school. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Manville. I think that leaves Principal Kusher.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me also to participate in this conversation. Much like Tiffany and Desiree explained, it is a lot to, we're right up to the very end of the school year. We're planning on trying to get our kids ready for graduation, so adding an actual ceremony where we have to worry about what Chief Trevino says, security and things like that. It really was very stressful. And just one more thing on not just a principal's plate, but our staff's plate. We didn't want to ever have to cancel graduation because of weather. Luckily, the weather was very beautiful. We at Worcester High School would never be able to do it on our campus because our football field does not have perimeter fencing like others. And our football field doesn't have larger stands like all of the other high schools. So we are much in the same boat as AACT. We did have it at DeMonte Ranch. It was beautiful. Thank you, Darvell Bell, for allowing us to be there. His staff was awesome. And Vanjie, you were awesome too. Thank you. You're always so great. But I want to also add what I love about Lawler is the things that we can't really do at our sites. And that is things like being able to plug in 4 or 5 microphones with guitars and whatnot for our kids that want to perform. So I think it's so cool when we're able to have our students be able to do their performances, because our kids, they don't just do speeches, they also perform and sing and do other things like that. And it's just beautiful. And I also love the fact that not only are they live stream, but you can see the kids because they have those big screens. And it was really difficult, I think, for parents to be able to see from the stands and those, their kids crossing the stage. What we did this past year, because it was so hot, and luckily our graduation was early in the morning, but it was still hot. We ended up having the graduates just come in first and grab their diplomas first and call their names, and then sat down and tried to power through the speeches because it was just so hot. Even when we started at 8 o'clock in the morning, it was almost like 100-degree weather at that time, as I recall. So I know, like Desiree said, not all of us agree at schools, but just based on my school, my students, I've talked to them. They want to go to Lawler. They're excited about it. My families want to go to Lawler. We would love to have it at Worcester High School one day, but it just, not only our perimeter fencing, but our parking, it's a hazard because of the airport and as well as the highway. We are right there, right off of 395, and we would probably have to get permission from the city of Reno and the RTC to be able to hold graduation at our site, if ever. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Principal Kusher. Ms. Curtis.
Gina Curtis, for the record. Just to answer your question, Trustee Rodriguez, and I know it's difficult when you're listening to parents from different sites, but when you hear this, the whole idea of the equity piece to making sure all of our kids have the same opportunity to graduate at the same venue, and yet still, like I said, still have their own culture and their own traditions at their site. It still makes the ceremonies different, but yet it makes it equitable for the kids. And I think that's something that is unique and wonderful about Washoe County that we've always done. And I would love to see that to continue. So hopefully you can understand where they're coming from with that.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Trustee Church and then Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. Ms. Russell, what's the cost of the Lawler?
Would you know that offhand?
Mm-hmm.
Of course you do.
I have to go back to 2019, and in 2019, the total cost was $150,888.
And how much cents? No, I'm kidding. You get that, Trustee Church? 150,000.
150,000.
880.
I'm sorry.
$150,880.
And would it be safe to assume it's going to be significantly higher this year?
I had a conversation with Lawler. Vanjie Russell, for the record. I had a conversation with Lawler Events Center this morning, and they are doing their best to meet us at as close to this number as possible. Been very clear that our funds are very tight, and unlike UNR, our students do not pay tuition. So We have to be very cognizant of that when we're talking about graduation.
If maybe you're going here, Trustee, you go, because I have a follow-up right where you are that maybe you're going there. I don't want to cut you off in that.
You got me in
I'm sorry.
mid-mouth.
No, go ahead. Go.
You got me in mid-mouth.
I know,
no
I'm
problem.
sorry.
Well, you go ahead with your question if you want.
Okay, it's just connected. That's why I hate to
Sure.
interrupt you. This, can you compare that to the cost? I know there are costs involved when we do individual. Is that where you're going, Trustee Church?
No, but that's a good question.
Okay.
Great question. So our costs last year for REMSA, our supplies, our bathrooms, our production, our printing, and also we had overtime involved that we can calculate in-house. So the hard costs were $110,340. Some additional overtime and site labor was almost $10,000. Please do keep in mind that this does not include the cost for the individual schools and the time we took their staff away to prepare those schools for those individual ceremonies.
Okay.
And the maintenance on the fields. So all grass fields had to have their water turned off, which resulted in yellow grass, which resulted in more labor to recoup that situation for the grass in that on those fields.
Okay. Thank you. You see, there was a little connection there, Trustee
Yeah.
Church. I wanted to jump in. Thank you.
And that 110,000, that doesn't go away if we have it at Lawler. We still pay overtime. We still pay the police to be there overtime. We still have the printing costs, et cetera, correct?
We will still incur those costs, but the cost to the schools would be much lower.
But if we hold it at the schools, it's 150,000 lower. I mean, we don't pay that. That's 150,000 we don't pay. Now, at the school at Lawler, I know it's in here. How many days is that held over? Is it 3 days of graduations?
Vanjie Russell, for the record, it will be 4 days at Lawler Event Center.
Is it possible that we could divvy it up and do 2 days if a school wanted to have their own graduation?
We would not be able to break it up like that, if I may. So, this, as our CFO indicated during the budget session earlier today, the supply chain is a concern. Equipment costs have gone up considerably. We are also competing with a large local event the same week. They are setting up for Reno Rodeo. That means tents and staging, chairs and tables are not available. So we would, if we wanted to do it at the schools, and I also checked with my vendors, we would need to move graduation to the middle of June.
Excellent comment I wasn't aware of. Where did we get the tables and chairs this past year?
We got them from Camelot, and there were resource concerns with staffing. I had a couple of 5 a.m. phone calls where I was notified we didn't have the staffing to set up the staging and the tents, and we made it work.
So was it the same, if I may, was it the same, it wasn't the same week as the rodeo last time then? Okay, so that might be more of where you're going, is like, we can get the supplies from Camelot last year because it wasn't the same time as the rodeo. This year's the same time as the rodeo, and they've already reserved the equipment. Is that what I'm getting?
Vanjie Russell, for the record, I booked Camelot's equipment knowing that we were going to have our drive-through graduations in January of last year, and it was well in advance of the governor releasing the restrictions.
You're like still on, Trustee Church. You have further questions, sir?
Yeah, I show Reno Rodeo as being June 17th of 2022. Is that not correct?
I spoke with the vendor this morning, and they are setting up all the equipment. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks and lots of labor to haul tents and staging and tables and chairs.
All right, it's just, there doesn't appear to be a change, for the record, in the dates of the Reno Rodeo. It's other than, they start on a Monday or Tuesday, but it shows June 17th. This is troubling. I get both sides. You've made some great points. My emails are running 100%. I don't believe there's one other one, many from Galena, that want to hold it at their facility. Weather's a factor. It was hot, and it could snow. We've had it snow in June. So, yeah, weather's a factor, but they do have indoor facilities, although not great. Distance is a factor in that, for example, Galena, people live in the area. I mean, every high school, you live in that area. That's why you go to that high school, as opposed to having to drive all the way to Lawler. And Lawler is not good for traffic, for exiting. I've been there. We've attended, and it's not good. But again, you get through it. You get out eventually, pack a lunch, but you will get out. The $150,000 is a cost. It's a steep cost. So I'm troubled. I don't have a good answer. I wish I had a crystal ball, but those are factors that we have to look at, and those are factors that my constituents have raised to me, and my inbox did fill up.
All of ours did.
Yeah, and I had many personally, but yeah, most of them were called public comment. So getting back to Lawler, if we said we want to do only 2 days at Lawler, is that not possible, or is it possible, or we don't know?
We would not be able to safely move our schools in 2 days through Lawler Event Center.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Vanjie Russell, we would not be able to move all 14 graduations safely through Lawler Event Center in 2 days.
No, I'm sorry.
I think he's thinking about a split.
Yeah, in other words, if Galena and Damani and a couple others said, we want to hold it at our own place, would Lawler rent it to us at a cheaper price for 2 days, if that's all we needed?
Vanjie Russell, for the record, as I said earlier, the supply chain and the labor chain is a concern. We do not have the equipment and the labor to run 2 concurrent venues for graduation.
So can I translate to make sure I'm good? Because I hear where you're going, Trustee Church. If 3 schools wanted to have theirs, could we have Monday at your own location? I'm totally making this up, right? And then the next 3 days are all, that's your question, right? And what you're saying, Ms. Russell, is that can't happen, because then we're setting up, we're staffing, and all of that, 2 different locations, even though they're on different days, and we most likely won't be able to get what we need from Camelot to do that at the schools. Lawler has the stuff, but at the schools we will likely not have that. Am I translating?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I think one of the points that Ms. Russell was trying to stress is the Reno Rodeo is set up prior to the event. You cannot set up the day of the event or 2 days before the event. They begin setting up well in advance. And Vanjie has talked to everybody about the timeline for that. So the materials that we would need for the on-site graduations are just not available
during that time.
Correct.
For that week.
And I do want to bring up something. I know that I'm not privy to your public comment, right? But I guess my question would be, have you heard from every single high school? Have you heard from all parents? I do think that a lot of parents are not sending you public comment because they're happy. And from my experience, and I think Ms. Kusher can speak to that, I guarantee you that we did not get a lot of emails from Worcester High School, but as she said, she's met with her students, she's met with her student council, she's met with her parents, and they're all happy that it's going to be at Worcester. So I think sometimes Lawler, my bad, at Lawler. So Leah, I don't know if you want to speak to all that outreach that you've done, because I think it's important that we do hear from all of our community, and it is an equity issue that we're very aware of. I didn't know if Leah wanted to speak a little to that.
Principal
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yes, Trustee Church, I really wanted to make sure that we were making the right decision for our students last year at graduation. Could we host graduation at Worcester High School? Yes, I sat down with parents, did tons of Zoom video calls, had lots and lots of parents involved with the decision. But at Worcester, for example, to do it at Worcester, we would only be able to, and I know, I apologize, I know it's not about Worcester, but I'm just giving you the example, so my apologies on that. But we could only give 2 tickets. If we were going to do it at Worcester High School, We could only give 2 tickets per family to go into the event and only 1 car per graduate. And that's not only because of our parking lot, but because of the concern of backing up traffic on 395. As you know, we're located in between Matley Lane and Plum Lane and Harvard. And so it's a very busy area. And so we went down that road, and we were even going to put up some ski fencing to create our own little makeshift perimeter fence, because we wanted to see if that would work. We proposed that idea. We walked our campus with our parents, and we talked about it. And I'm not talking about 3 or 4 parents. I'm talking about 100. We were required to do that. We then went down to the assumption of being able to do sort of like a drive-up, like we did the year before. And they did not want to do that. And then the third option was Pawnee Ranch High School. And they're just grateful. They were grateful for that. I think what you also have to add, Angie, on that list is how much it costs for busing. We had to bus some of our families from Worcester to Pawnee Ranch High School because they weren't able to get there. And so that was also a concern as well. And then I would also say, I think money-wise, and I appreciate, I'm a stickler when it comes to money, but I think this is a celebration for 2022 to just jump right in and spend that money for our kids, because our graduates deserve it. And and I think, Victoria, you speak, Sweet Pea, you let them know a little bit too about your thoughts as a senior and this year, and everything that you've seen with all of your friends and colleagues around the district, because you're in huge connection with all of your seniors this year. Talk to us.
Please, go right ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Kusher and Madam President. I think, overall, definitely agree with everything Ms. Kusher said. And adding on, it's definitely that equitable piece. As much as we want to have it at Worcester, we definitely can't. And even though other schools can, it's just more equitable if we all have it at Lawler. And it's what every school brings to the table, definitely. Having it at Lawler, everyone can bring their own traditions in. And it's definitely, such an incredible part to be able to have it there too, because there's so many more options of what you can do. Families are able to see you better since it's at a stadium, and students just want to all be together with their families, and having it at Lawler definitely gives everyone that opportunity to share their traditions, speak out, and it's just an amazing opportunity to be able to be having a graduation this year. And even I think students are very excited about having their graduation and graduating in general, and having it not be through a parking lot not through a parking lot or a drive-through, for example. All the students get to be together for the last time before we all graduate. So it's just more equitably done if it's at Lawler, since some schools, not just Worcester, can't have it at their own school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gomez. I'm just working my way around here. We'll go Trustee Mayberry and Vice Clerk Manetto, and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Thank you all. Question and then just some comments. Looking at slide 5, I just noticed that the times, the gaps are anywhere from 2.5 hours to 4 hours. I'm assuming, is that based on the size of the graduating class?
When the schedule, Banji Russell, for the record, when the schedule is prepared, it is based on the total number of seniors per school. We typically will try to start small and then go up, because that helps with the staffing. It keeps the cost lower, and it allows us to set up to a bigger school. And it also allows us to clean the arena and to safely exit the previous group of students.
Good.
If I may just piggy just on that,
Sure,
just for a moment, please excuse me. So is there a certain amount of time, this was one of the questions I had, and some of the public comments that we got talked about how it felt kind of rushed, especially for some of the larger schools. Is there a certain amount of time we give schools, or is it based upon their size? Is there kind of some of that give and take a little bit based on like what you're saying, the gap in between time, so that if we end up say, hey, let's go back to Lawler, for all the reasons, but we can give you some more time so you don't feel so. I mean, is there kind of a trade-off in there somewhere?
I have with me the schedule from 2019, as well as the schedule that I prepared for 2022, working in collaboration with the voices from the principals. At the principals meeting, I adjusted the schedule expanded it a bit. And if you look at the 2019 schedule, which I'm happy to email to the trustees, and you look at the 2022 schedule, there's actually a larger allotment of time for each ceremony that has, especially our large school.
Okay, thank you. That was just related to what you said, so thank you for the
Sure,
interruption.
thank you for saying that, because I mean, to the extent that if there's a larger gap, I would assume that would at least help the traffic control, get people in and out of the garage quicker. I get that frustration, trust me, I think we all do. But I spend a lot of time at the county building. They start the Washoe County building. They start setting, because the Livestock Event Center is right next to it. They start setting up at the end of May, so it's not something they start showing up at the end of June for. Also, to me, and I'm sympathetic to those that want to have them at their school. I really do. But this, I'm a trustee for the Washoe County School District. This is our community. This is our family. I can't in good conscience allow, one school to have their separate graduation ceremony. It's truly an issue of equity. It's just you get more families at Lawler. You can have more cars, more participation. Again, I'm sympathetic, but the weather too. This is northern Nevada. We all know northern. We could have sunny, blue, warm skies, or there could be a raging wildfire with smoke and wind, and it would be miserable. We just don't know. Well, right. So that's. I just, to me, it's respectfully a no-brainer to take it to Lawler. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We'll keep sliding around to Clerk Manetto and then to Trustee Rodriguez, and I'll share have a couple questions as well.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple comments. As far as the money's concerned, that's already been allocated, and it's what we do. I think it's neat to have a special venue, because a football field is different. It's a football field, which is great, but it's not special. And I think if our school police, who protects our kids, and us says we need to be in Lawler, we need to be in Lawler. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. Trustee Rodriguez?
I agree. I like to echo that. And then something. Graduations at Lawler have been happening for a while. I know it's been happening at least since 2004 that I know of, or before that. So, like, how long has the school district been doing that? We're having a graduations there.
I believe they've been at Lawler for a very long time. Vanjie Russell, for the record. Previous to having them at Lawler, they were held at the convention center, and one year when they were doing construction in front of Lawler, we moved it back to the convention center. Our families were not happy. They demanded to go back to Lawler.
So our chief communication officer, who's a graduate, said in the 90s.
Okay.
I think it's been at Lawler since there's been a Lawler.
Okay, so this is 1864. No. So really, this is nothing new. Okay, just want to put that on record. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I just have a couple of questions. One was already answered. Thank you. Just in terms of, Vanjie, thank you. I piggyback. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt. And Trustee Churchill, let me jump in on some of yours as well to connect just from a timing standpoint, because it's, I think it's because we read the public comments, and that came up often is feeling. Families wanting to feel like they didn't feel as rushed and so on. So you heard that from principals, and I certainly heard that in reading the comments in here. So thank you for allowing more time so that they can enjoy the moment a little bit, not feel so rushed, and it does help with traffic. I will say this, just from a weather standpoint, unfortunately with schools, the gymnasium is not large enough, so we really don't have an indoor option. That's the other piece is we wouldn't have an indoor option, and last year I think I melted at McQueen. It had to be like 175.
Easily.
It was 110 on the field, close. And then we got rained on, and almost had lightning that sparks. we almost had lightning. And that was. I think that was 2 days apart. It was really close to. So the weather is certainly something we can't predict, but we don't have an indoor option. When I graduated from the university a couple of different times, and one time it snowed, and but we had an indoor option. In this case, and that really does concern me if something happened, if it does rain, you can maybe even survive the rain, you shouldn't want to, but you cannot stay out there if there's lightning. And we would have no option. I mean, that's the real, we would have no place to go in terms of that. So I love I live streamed option too. The only other question I would have is does there need to be a limit of 10 tickets? If going back to Lawler, because part of the benefit of that is, you can, all your family, because, we know family members that practically run a bus, right? Because it's just such a big celebration.
So, in order to keep the cost containment that I'm charged with, because I have a budget, and I also have to staff appropriately with the correct amount of cleaning crews, the correct amount of police officers, the correct amount of traffic control. That all comes with the cost. The 10 tickets is to ensure that we are able to address and meet those costs.
What would it take to open that back up? I'm just saying that because I think part of the advantage in terms of having the conversation with there are families in the community. My schools they both seem to be okay with it, but there are families that they like. Part of the benefit is there is a little bit more time, and then you can have more people. Is there something that some way we can say it may end up about the same anyway, because some families are going to have 4 people, some families are going to have 14 people.
I'll use Spanish Springs High School as the example.
Yeah, the largest school in the district.
School district. Yeah. If all 10 tickets were used for that particular ceremony, that's 5,600 people without the staff. Mm-hmm. That arena is set up with a stage, as all of us who have been there are aware. That would put people behind the stage. People would be very unhappy. That is part of the consideration for the seating as well. When we were at the high schools last year, there was limited seating. Some schools had 4 tickets, some schools had 6 tickets. This would allow a larger amount of people to be able to celebrate with their family and still maintain the equity that our area superintendents are speaking to.
So really it's as much, because I don't want to, for as one trustee, I don't want to make the decision that we're going to limit attendance because, we don't have 14,000 or whatever. I'm just making up a number, right? That's because I'm with Trustee Manello. This is what we do. Graduation is what we do. But part of the consideration is if larger schools don't have a limit, then we won't be able to accommodate them. I mean, that's a different reason for a limit than, hey, we're trying to save $2 a head, or you know what I'm saying?
It's the staffing piece, ensuring that the bathrooms are clean, that the floors are swept so that people don't slip and fall. It's making sure all those things happen so we have a comfortable, safe ceremony for our families.
And I'm going back to just because we haven't had a limit in the past, have we? At Lawler, or have we?
In 2019, when we had those large high schools, we had people sitting behind the stage. We received some unhappy emails over that. So that was something that was in the file to review for our next Lawler graduation.
So we have people unhappy because they sat behind the stage in the high school that's that large, and we were supposed to... The
arena could accommodate the seating. We just didn't have space any longer on the
right,
sides.
Exactly. That's my point. My point is there's not much we can do about those that maybe didn't get out as early as they perhaps might want to in the future.
President Taylor?
Yes.
Can I
Please.
Sorry. It's Leah. I'm sure. Sorry, on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
What you could ask us to do, though, is, because I'm certain, speaking like for a school the size of Spanish Springs, perhaps not every family, and actually Victoria and I were just talking about this this morning, not every family is going to use 10 tickets. So we could definitely ask people, if you don't use all 10, can we keep those so we can provide more seating for families that might have 12 or 14? So just maybe ask us at the sites to do that. And I mean, I'd be happy to do that. It's easy to organize, and we can accommodate that way so we can get, as many people there as possible and accommodate the varying needs. It's called differentiated instruction.
Thank you for the instructional lesson. I appreciate that. I would just for myself is that I would, I just want to accommodate as we can. And I mean, I know I heard the principals talk about how much additional work it had to be to do all that and set up their venues or move to a different venue and all of that. But if we can at least just encourage our schools to do something to assist, like Principal Manville said, you kind of had somebody, they're bartering with each other, and I envision somebody in the parking lot. Hey, I mean, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying that's part of I've come a long way. Let's just say that I could. So if we can encourage schools to help facilitate, so we can accommodate the larger families and so on. Especially, we have some of our families from some of our underprivileged families and so on. I mean, this is such. Sometimes you have a lot of families that this is the first high school graduate, and it's like a family reunion. I mean, if there's certainly safety being considered and so on, and being able to keep things nice and so on. But if there's a way that schools can help facilitate that, thank you, Principal Kusha, for that recommendation. I'd certainly like this so that as many people as possible can come. That being part of the trade-off instead of having 2 for family. You can have at least 10, maybe more, depending.
So maybe, Andrew Russell, maybe another way to approach it would be to take the total number of seniors at each school, multiply it by 10, and that is the school's allocation, and they can distribute it accordingly.
Whichever way that might work, and just encouraging so that Again, it's such a big deal for some families that just hate to. One of the advantages of not being at a school, and I'm trying to highlight those because we're reading emails and so on. I'm trying to highlight, but there are some things that we get in return. Whether we can't do anything about the weather, and I sat through all of that last year, right? And if it snows, we're done. There's nothing we can do, and then that's worse. Now that student didn't get a graduation, or something that's even worse. But just some of the highlights, some of the benefits. Here are some of the benefits that we get that might be more tangible. Safety is important to us, but that's not tangible to a family as much as, hey, you get a lot more people, some of those other kinds of things that. Superintendent?
Oh, thank you very much, President Taylor, and I've enjoyed this presentation, and Ms. Russell is the dynamo as far as the big dance. This is our North Star. This is what our teachers from pre-K to 12th grade and all of our staffs work so hard for. And she takes it enormously seriously as far as putting on a spectacular production. And I can say that as a parent of a 2020 graduate that actually went through a drive-through graduation. Remember that, Tiffany? It was amazing.
I do, yes.
And then last year, it was amazing. And it was what we were able to do and what we were able to pull off during a global pandemic. And going back to Lawler will also be just as amazing for all of our students and their families. And each detail at each graduation is so important, and the schools take so much pride on making that their graduation ceremony. Wooster's is going to look very different than Spanish Springs. And Spanish Springs is going to look very different than Hugs. And that's the beauty of it. That is the absolute beauty of it. So I know I've been quiet, and I did push Vanjie on the tickets. It was at 8. I got her to 10.
Appreciate that.
But I love your idea as far as here's your allocation of tickets, and that's what Vanjie does. She thinks through these issues because she takes it so exceptionally important. And I really appreciate all of our principals, participating and working through this presentation, and then obviously our 2 area superintendents who were former principals and have run graduations that were stellar at Lawler.
Well, thank you very much. I say we've had a great discussion on this. I think that it may be. I see your light on. It's going to call for motion. But let's hear from Trustee Church.
Thank you. I'm convinced. I mean, I know when I'm beat, and I'm not beat because I did listen with an open mind, and that's what I told the people that I wrote back. And it's the only thoughts in my mind. First of all, amazing internet. Lawler has a capacity of 11,536. They might be in the nosebleeds. They might not have. They might have an obstructed view, but
that's with seating on the floor. And she was talking about spectators and not graduation. So
yeah,
that's anyway. Go ahead.
I get it.
But I get you. I used to work up there, so that's why.
Oh, okay. The only thought in my mind, which doesn't require any kind of emotion, is perhaps Dr. Taylor and I in communications can work to respond to those people in my district that I can respond to, or we can respond to explain all those facts that they didn't know. And I'll bet you most of them, once they hear the facts, would understand.
Might be.
But there was kind of like a momentum. Somebody said, hey, we want to hold it. And oh, yeah, great. We'll hold it at our high school, without thinking through everything that we just went through. So I'd just like to be able to respond, but that's a procedural issue. So I'm convinced.
Well, I appreciate that. And one thing I would say, certainly we can work together on that. And I will say this, my mind has changed. I too listen with an open mind. I came in here with a different perspective, quite honestly, in this. And that's why, having the conversations, hearing from our colleagues, the public comment and so on, all that's very helpful. So yes, we can work together on that. I think this way first, Dr. Nicolette, and then Trustee Mayberry, Trustee Rodriguez, and working towards a motion, I hope.
Yes, I just want to add that I fully understand why Galena High School, mostly it was parents, near as I could tell, because students usually identified themselves, and Damani Ranch, our public comment and our emails, those were both absolutely incredible graduations. So I absolutely understand. Now, having said that, I went to almost all the graduations, and they were all incredible, and they were all individual. So I understand why you want to have it at your school, but I do think that the equity, the manpower is extremely important. And I too came thinking,
I did. And the weather, that's a big one for me as well. The weather. Trustee Mayberry?
Well, I was going to make a motion,
Please.
but if Trustee Rodriguez wants to comment.
I agree with Trustee Church. I think it's a good idea to be able to push out, not necessarily just to the Southern District, but push the district wide. This is why we're moving back to Lawler, because I think that'd be good communication for all parents.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I second that too.
That's good. I don't know if that was a motion, but you'll see as emails are being responded to, you'll be able to see that. And if you're anything like me, when it's not my week to respond, I still cut and paste and use it and so on. And then maybe something as we put as the information as a result of this meeting is going out. It's the Board of Trustees votes for this, and here's why, kind of a thing. But we should still put an email together, Trustee Church, and we can all use that. So.
Thank you. And I am sensitive to all those that wanted to have the graduation. I get it. I mean, it sounds like they had a flyby, so it was pretty remarkable. But I think this is the right thing to do at the right time. Thank you for bringing it forward, team. So with that, here we go. Let's move to accept the superintendent's recommendation and move forward with the planning and conducting of graduation ceremonies for the class of 2022 within the parameters of following all of Governor Sisolak's directives to include the priorities of safety and health of students, families, and employees, and staying within budgeted amount currently set for graduation.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. Motion by Trustee Mayberry, seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. We've had plenty of discussion.
Did we want to stay in that budget? You were talking about more tickets or whatever.
Yeah, that's not a budget item. They've worked it out a different way. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you, staff. Thank you to our wonderful principals. Those were amazing graduations last year, so I certainly get it. But we appreciate. Thank you for your work. I know it's a lot of digging through, so. We appreciate you. All right. Right. Everybody good? We have one more agenda item. Can we keep forging? Do we have two? Wait a second. Yeah, we have. Okay, just one. I was going to say just one. I was looking to make sure. Okay, yes, certainly. But I meant in terms of a presentation. Okay, we'll go right ahead to a discussion. Good, Superintendent. Agenda item 3.04. This is our usual COVID update. mitigation questions and what have you. We're all accustomed to having that. So why don't we go right ahead? I will turn it over to you, Dr. Lamarca, and I see you have Mr. Etchart and Ms. Anderson with you as well. Or Ms. Anderson is starting.
I actually think Superintendent McNeil is the one who's starting.
Oh, okay.
So I don't want to steal her thunder.
Well, then, okay.
I could hit for her, but I don't think that she probably wants that.
That's okay. We'll have a quick little 5 minute. Let's just right. Cause you're doing okay. Yeah, just so it looks like a couple other people kind of needed a little break. So you got 5. We'll be at 5 minute recess. We'll be back. And I apologize. I did not know we were having dinner because I didn't get the little message I usually get. But it's really good. So just make sure staff doesn't eat it all up because we need to take it with us. All right. Yeah, you know those cops. No, I'm kidding. We need to feed law enforcement. Look at that look. He's like, hey. He needs 2 of them. I mean, he's a big guy. That's not a bad thing. He's a big guy. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad. That's not what I meant. Look.
Emily, don't come in. It's fine.
Right, was that an HR violation? I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I think we're off topic.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. We were not in I did not call us officially back to order, so I'm just saying. You guys don't know the stuff he says to me. I'm just saying. See, don't buy this innocent situation. Don't even buy it. Don't even. All right, now we're back in session. All right, let's turn our attention to agenda item 3.04. We will pick it up and we'll start with our superintendent.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So today we really won't be going through too many changes on our regular agenda item. So you all have seen the guiding principles. As far as we have continued to say that our main priority for this year is to remain in-person learning. I can tell you that this is exceptionally important, not only to our students, but also to our families and our staff as well, too. As we go through, you will see the most recent Board of Trustees action was back on January 11th, where we talked about reducing the amount of the days of the quarantine. And so that was the last direction that the board has been, the board provided to us. And then as we kind of tick through all the other, the Governor's Directive 048, so that has not changed at this point in time. As each one of the trustees know, I notified you all about a letter that the Nevada Association of School Superintendents has provided to the Governor's office. And so there were about 6 or 7 points on that letter. And so we will continue to monitor and meet. We meet on a weekly basis with the Governor's office, Nevada Department of Education, and Department of Health and Human Services, as well as all the other superintendents on the state. We will continue to have those meetings as long as the Governor's office would like to host us. But they are extremely informative for all of us. And then I share that with the COVID team as well, too. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. As of the time we posted the agenda, as a community, we were in the severe range. As of today, we are in the high, a very high range. It's 12.5. It's come down a little bit. However, cases are up. We are high in terms of cases, higher than we've ever been. Here is our ongoing cases per 100,000 graph. It's worse now. So it's so worse now the graph looks different because the peak used to be way back in September and it seemed real high on the graph, but now it's higher. Test positivity is up. I will tell you that our attendance is much better than it was 2 weeks ago when we met because of the changes to the exclusion periods and also because of the number of cases without contact tracings and the basic notification system. We just have fewer kids that are being put out on exclusion staff as well. The data is at an alarming level. I think it's on its way down, but that's me looking at a crystal ball. COVID testing, we continue to test all athletics and activities consistent with Directive 048. Because of the change to isolation and quarantine, there's no longer a test to return requirement, so we don't do that. Because of the lack of contact tracing, that ability, we're not testing to stay. So some of the testing that occurs now would just be of symptomatic folks, and that's not, the schools aren't the best location for that to occur. Remember, North Shore is providing the athletics testing for us, but they're also providing community testing at regional sites every day. There was an opportunity through the Biden administration or through the federal government for districts to request through Department of Human and Health Services rapid antigen tests. We put in a request for 12,000 tests. We were approved for that. We have not received those tests yet. There might be a variety of ways we can use those, including to fulfill the 048 requirements. That is all I have for you today. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Etchart.
Thank you very much, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So when it comes to vaccination opportunities, the district, specifically our emergency manager, Roy Anderson, is continuing to coordinate with our local health partners on immunization opportunities for our students. 2 were recently conducted in Incline and Juniper Elementary Schools, and 2 others are currently being scheduled, 1 in Cold Springs and 1 in North Valleys. We also have opportunities available for our community. 1 is scheduled for tomorrow at Sparks Middle School from 3 to 6 p.m., and 2 are in the process of being scheduled for early February at McQueen High School and Desert Skies Middle School. And lastly, personal protective equipment. PPE continues to be available for free for our schools to order through the normal ordering process. And on the second bullet, you see that it says that the district placed a request for 100,000 KN95 masks with the state. The request was approved, and the masks are now in Reno, and our PPE team will work to get them out to the schools as soon as possible. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Michelle Anderson.
Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, for the record. As we have done since the beginning of the pandemic, we all know that information continues to evolve, and so we're wanting to make sure that we are notifying our staff and our families as quickly as possible with those latest changes. Those changes, of course, are updated guidelines surrounding, obviously, quarantine and isolation, anything with COVID testing, and should we need to move to distance learning due to staffing issues. So we are continually updating the district's website. I will repeat it again, washoeschools.net/COVID-19, where our back to school plan is continually updated with that guidance. And it is translated in Spanish, so all of our families are able to access that. ConnectEd email messages to our families and staff. You will remember last board meeting you had changed or approved the updated guidance, and so immediately after that board meeting we made sure that information went out to families and then sent a reminder out on that following Monday with the information. We have a family newsletter that goes out, and that information's on there along with our social media and of course our media partners that are in the room with us. They are great with getting that information out to our community. Our superintendent sends our weekly message that goes out to staff. And then I want to give a big shout out. It's not on here as a bullet point, but our Office of School Leadership makes sure that they have the most updated guidance, and they send that out to our school principals so they can make sure they have that information. And Leslie Alfrey from Student Health Services has done an incredible job with gathering all that information, making it in a digestible format, and providing it to OSL so that OSL can make sure our principals are informed. So that's just a brief highlight of the communication that we've been doing.
Okay. Madam Superintendent?
And I know we went through that presentation very quickly, but please make no mistake, our schools are working incredibly hard every day. As you all know, you've been in our schools, you've seen the amount of work. We continue to have staffing challenges. We have a meeting tomorrow. As you know, we meet on a weekly basis with our COVID team. We continue to have challenges around transportation. We're doing everything possible, to make sure that we continue to have in-person learning. If any of those changes happen, we will, have to pivot, and we will inform the board. You all, provided the superintendent myself authority to make those changes between board meetings. So if we have to do something such as that, we would do that, but obviously you all would be notified, as well as our communities and most certainly our schools. So with that, no changes to the last recommendation.
So thank you, Madam Superintendent. We do have some public comment. When we do that first.
The board received an email from Brandon Siri.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it back here to the board. The only really thing I have to just ask is, when we had a conversation about this, Madam Superintendent, but I think it'd be good to discuss. There were some questions about pre-K and the COVID task force. You want to talk a little bit about that? I know the COVID task force is going to be taking that up.
So tomorrow on our COVID agenda, we've requested, and it was actually Trustee Smith that brought this question up due to a public, or I think it was actually an email to the board, to the two of you. So right now, it is optional. It's not covered by 048 for our little ones, our littlest little ones, our pre-Ks, to wear masks in school. They must wear them. We transport our special education pre-K students, so they must wear them on the buses. However, in the classrooms, they don't. So with that, there was a question around contact tracing, and if we would be, willing to take a look at that. And so tomorrow at our COVID agenda, we'll be talking about that as far as contact tracing within our pre-K program.
Okay, thank you very much. Just appreciate to just know that's on the radar, and the COVID task force is going to be taking a look at it. Thank you very much. Trustee Church?
Thank you. One quick question. You mentioned the letter going out to the governor. Is it appropriate to discuss the content, or is that not appropriate?
Well, it's a public letter that, we'll go to the letter. The NAS, Nevada Association of School Superintendents, was requested to put a letter together as far as what some of those requests were, and you all know what those requests are. We haven't heard back from the governor's office. I would suppose that they're reviewing those requests at this point in time. So it would probably be by Friday, if they have any questions for us as far as clarifications around statutes and points that we made in that letter.
So the letter already went out?
The letter went to the governor's office on Monday.
On last Monday, okay. And just for the record, my position, number one, I'm wearing a shield because it interferes with my hearing aids, and I actually got a rash last time I tried to wear the mask. If it becomes possible by the governor's office, I would love to see shields as an option for everybody, regardless of medical. You can breathe better, you can see people's mouths when they're teaching or when their students are responding, and so I just want to put that on the record. And I do support local government control, and I do support keeping the schools open, with the caveat that you, as we've done twice this past week, have to react based on staffing and COVID and other factors that within your control.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, seeing no other comments, then we don't need to make a motion to keep going with doing what we're doing. So we appreciate staff, appreciate the work that you're doing. I know it's just, I can't even imagine how difficult it's been, but I'm very grateful. I think we all are, that we're able to keep schools open and make some adjustments to make sure we keep them safe, but keep our kids learning. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on, board reports. We always start with our students, so we're going to ask our student trustee, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. We met last week, and as you heard, Ms. Vanjie, Dr. McNeil, and Ms. Curtis met with us to talk about graduation. We had a conversation about that, giving our point of views. Even it was really interesting to see what our lower classes said, our juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, what they had to say about graduation as well. We also talked about schools staying open and going virtual to distance learning. Some of our students in Student Voice were at North Valleys, so they did have distance learning last week, and at HUG. So they just expressed how they felt, how their days kind of were with distance learning, and how prepared they were for it. And we are currently increasing our recruitment, so it's very exciting to have more students a part of SAC. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. It's always good to hear what our student advisory council is doing. So we'll start. Let's see. We'll start with Trustee Mabry. We'll start this. We'll start with you, Trustee Church. Start on the other side this time.
Thank you very much. Just a few things. At the previous meeting, a gentleman handed out a candidate pledge. I'm not a candidate, but I'm going to wipe that part out and sign it with a few comments. Number two, I did bring this up at a previous policy meeting, and I did work internally on some of this, but some of this has to be put on the record. As we go through the board meetings, the board president runs the meeting and generally does an excellent job in doing that, but there are issues that have come up. One of them is the removal of approval of the agenda, which used to be standard on the agenda. That's been removed. Likewise, the position of who can remove what from consent agenda. I want to point out a few things very briefly, and there is a handout for everybody for the record if my 3 minutes run out, but you're not even timing me, but I'll try and be good. Policy 9055BII, quote, the president has no authority to individually make decisions about policies created by the board, end quote. Policy 9110-2BI indicates that the superintendent will work with the president and the vice president to ensure the preparation of the agenda. And then that same policy, number G, any board member, goes on, who wishes to delete an item from the agenda shall do so during approval of the agenda. That supposes the intent of the board that there would be approval of the agenda, because otherwise how can I comply with policy 9110G and remove something? And I want to point out that these policies were developed at open meeting, consistent with open meeting law. The policies went to a policy committee. They then went to public review. They then went to the board with more public comment, and they were approved. Emails, decisions of the board president circumvent that entire open transparency process. So I want to express my concern. And finally, on the consent agenda, policy 9110C, if a debatable item appears on the consent agenda, the item may be removed at the request of a board member. And so that doesn't seem to give the board president or anybody else discretion to write an email that changes that. So I just hope we can work together. I hope we get approval of the agenda back on there. It's not a big deal to put it on, but I think we need to be consistent with board policy, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Some good things to share. So I visited Huffaker Elementary School with Principal Leah Anderson, and it was really a fantastic visit. Spending times in the schools is really the most important and wonderful parts of this role. But there are some things that Huffaker Elementary School does that is very different and that I loved learning about from Principal Anderson. So they do this thing called a data deluge, and they don't just do this data deluge once or twice, they do it multiple times a year. And what they do is they get an entire group from the school, the principal, the counselor, the teacher, others depending on each individual student, and they meet and talk about every single student at Huffaker Elementary School. They do this multiple times a year. And they do this so that they address individually how that student is doing, what is their needed trajectory for their success, and how can we put together a plan for that. I thought that was amazing. I thought that was just incredible, and I do know that that is unique to Principal Anderson. Maybe other schools do that too, but that's not entirely standard, and I just thought that that was incredible. Another thing that I really loved about my visit to Huffaker was that they're really working on increasing their STEM education there. So they have this wonderful room. It's their STEM maker space, and it's these carts, and they bring them into the classrooms, and I loved the way that they were integrating STEM education into other aspects of the education as well too. So I want to say thank you to Principal Anderson, and I was incredibly impressed with that data deluge and the way that they take such a personal approach to each student. In other work that I did as a trustee, I emailed every principal and all of the presidents of the PTA, PFA Booster Club in my area, encouraging all of them, staff, students, parents, to apply for the Superintendent Advisory Group that the Bryan Group formed. And also on that topic, I did have my personal meeting with Bill Bryan of the Bryan Group regarding the superintendent search. And I want to say thank you to the more than 70 teachers, administrators, and parents who reached out to me to share their thoughts on the values, experience, the expectations they had for our district's next CEO. So I really appreciated that public communication. And I'm going to end with a special focus on Joel Picciotto. He's the principal at Dilworth Middle School. Channel 2 did a fantastic story on him and the extraordinary lengths that he and other administrators and teachers are doing at this time. And so I want to say thank you to Channel 2 for focusing on Principal Picciotto, and just super proud of that work and grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Rodriguez?
I always hate following her.
I know, right? Feels like a slacker, huh?
Right. Biggest thing is I got to go to Spanish Springs High School last week, and got to hang out there for a bit, got to meet with staff, and actually got to, kind of act like a teacher there for a little bit, so that was kind of fun. And just a lot of just meeting with my neighbors, constituents, meeting with staff, and just keeping a pulse of what's going on out there, and just a lot of open communication. So,
thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Clerk Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to say something different. After talking about the graduations, I went to every graduation last year, and I was exhausted. That being said, it doesn't matter if it's 4 days or 24 days, you're exhausted. But I would encourage every one of we trustees to go to every graduation if at all possible, because just bring your box of tissues. And they're just, everyone is so amazing and individual and tear-jerking. But that's what I would encourage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nicolette?
I did some usual things, visited schools, had a ball. I'm always honored to be able to sit on the floor with the kids, or they think I maybe know something, so they ask me to help them solve a math problem, and that's why I tend to stay in the lower grades. But always such a fun thing. I do want to say that I attend the media briefings on the Fridays before the board meeting, so they're twice a month. And I just want to say that I've seen a change that I believe is really important, in that media, although they tell the story, that's their job, they're journalists, I'm feeling a sense that they're champions for our work. And that feels really good. Again, they tell honest stories that, sometimes, hit close to the heart. But in the last, 6-7 months, the stories, there's more heartwarming stories about the good things that are going on than, focusing on those things that are important. But I think our teachers, our families, all our support staff, our students, they need to hear that. They need to read that there are good things going on in our media, TV, social media, newspaper. They're recognizing and sharing that they're seeing that too. And that feels really good. And I would like to thank our media in the area for helping champion our work.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you. I also watch the press briefings on Friday. They're fantastic. I think it's a great tool. I don't watch them live because I want them to get the questions. But but thank you for doing it. Thank you for doing it. I had an opportunity to attend the zoning committee meeting last week in South Reno at Facilitators Elementary. Please, I said that right, didn't I?
Facilitators.
Dang it.
Close.
I've been practicing that. I still got it wrong. Anyways. But that was really enlightening. I appreciate, a lot of challenges down south with, that's our largest elementary school with 800 students. So the Rio Wrangler School will help ease the burden, but it'll also, change some boundary lines. So Trustee Smith, she knows all about that. I was thinking about you when I was there. I also had the opportunity to attend a handful of tours last week, and I appreciate the time of all the principals and the Superintendent Anne Marie, who assisted me. And finally, I just want to point out, as many of you know, we lost a member of our family at Spanish Springs, teacher Jacqueline Jones. So
it was on my list too. Yep.
Thank you. I won't steal your thunder. I'll let you take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Mayberry. I'll end with that. That was on my list as well. Just a couple things. This Friday, in case you don't know, McQueen High School periodically has bistros. You can order your food in advance and go up and get it, and I am looking forward to it. I put my order in with the chef, McQueen High School, $12. So we'll send him an email, and you have to order in advance. Order from chef, and he'll get it all prepared for you. It's wet burritos and a couple other things in there. So I'm just looking forward to it. This is the first time they usually email me. It's the first time I'm actually able to go, so I'm so excited. Thank you. The media briefing was on my list as well. Just want to encourage our trustees, if you can. They typically don't ask questions of other trustees. But jump on if you can. There's a lot of information. I learned quite a bit. They're every other Friday now. They're Fridays before our board meetings, and then I've actually begun the habit now of posting them on my social media afterwards. Just the more information we can get out to people, the better. Staff will have them. Michelle's team will have them posted on the superintendent's website, and I usually just go and grab it and just post it on mine. I'm beginning to do that. So again, just communicating with the community more and more. I think it's important. So that's just another opportunity. You can throw something on your social page, and you don't have to come up with a post. It's already there for you. And then finally, this last thing I was going to share as well is Jacqueline Jones. Some of you may recall she was a softball coach out of Spanish Springs High School. That was and she was diagnosed with cancer, with a rare form of cancer. There's been a couple of fundraisers for her. As a cancer survivor, I was in a program called Breast Cancer to Bikini. She was in a similar program. It's called the Warrior Program, and that's how we got a chance to get to know each other a little bit. Michelle was in that program, fellow warrior, and she lost her battle last week, and so we want to just keep her family in our thoughts and prayers. There is a GoFundMe. If you should reach out to me, I'll share that with you. But just a big loss for Spanish Springs High School. She was able to attend, for those who attended the graduation, she was able to attend the graduation, which was great, and it was great for some of the kids to get to see her. You can tell they were excited. She fought an amazing battle. Just a woman of great strength. So just wanted to put that on your radars and just keep her family in your thoughts and prayers. So big loss. Superintendent?
Thank you very much, President Taylor, and that's one of the reasons why I'm showing the love to Spanish Springs High School tonight with my sweatshirt. And as we move forward, I've calculated out the number of board meetings, and so I will be celebrating as we move forward to the big dance in June. For all of our high schools, I'll be wearing a different sweatshirt for each one of our high schools. I may have to change a couple of times during a board meeting in order to get every single high school in there. But that's the reason why I started out with Spanish Springs High School. I want to thank teacher Amber Kalanko, who is our teacher over at Spanish Springs High School that runs the sports medicine program, and that was one of the classrooms that we visited last week. And I truly appreciate Principal Hall allowing me to visit Spanish Springs. And then also, as you all know, a lot of our teachers assign our students letters, and they will send letters to the board, or they will send letters to the superintendent. And so I felt it was important that 4 of the letters that I received from students over at Hug High School, I actually went over to Hug High School and sat down with each one of the students and kind of walked through their letters. And their letters are very poignant. They deal with racism, they deal with school violence, and they deal with mental health. And in talking to each one of these students, it really allows you to understand what our students are going through. And so I encourage our trustees, whenever you have the opportunity to sit down and talk with one of our students, it's so important just to understand what they're going through. Emalia wants to be a music teacher and go to TMCC. Dania wants to be a social worker and help with our students around mental health. Emmanuel wants to be a chef, and so we talked about our CTE program, and he's going to be over at the New Hug, and so I was talking up the entire CTE program. And then Alien wants to be a flight attendant and learn several different world languages, and so you really learn a lot when you sit down and you actually talk with one of our students. So that was a joy. And then I was walking the other day close to Damani Ranch High School, and lo and behold, one of our assistant principals was on a tractor. Mr. Taylor was on a tractor. And what was Mr. Taylor doing? He was actually taking his weekend and plowing through sagebrush, and those of you that have pulled out sagebrush know how difficult that is. He was actually removing the sagebrush so that he could build a track and help their ground crew out for their cross-country runners. So just another example of how our administrators and our staff just step up to the plate, and it really is, everybody is helping out one another. So I want to do a shout out to Damani Ranch and Kevin Taylor over there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, great reports. Everyone keep up the great work. All right, down to public comment. We have some closing public comment, JJ?
I think he left, but Roger Edwards.
Well, I think Mr. Edwards left.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito is here. Sorry, welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm with Protect Nevada Children. You can find us in two places. One, protectnevadachildren.org. There you can learn how to view and or print all data stored by Infinite Campus about your children under 18. Experts have called Infinite Campus the most massive database ever created on students. Two, you can also find 1,500 of us on our private Facebook page, Protect Nevada Children. A quick story. A man walking alone up the beach noticed there were about 62,000 starfish, yes, 62,000, that had washed up on the beach. And because of the projected tides, they probably would all be stranded in the sand. As he walked up the beach, he picked up starfish and tossed them back into the ocean one at a time. Man 2, walking the other way, said, "Look at all of them. You can't possibly make a difference." Man 1 picked up one, threw it back into the ocean, and said, "I made a difference to that one." This is how I feel sometimes over the 10 years I've been coming to these meetings. Without the help of this board, Protect Nevada Children alone can only make a difference to a few students. However, with your help, we could make a real difference to all the students in the district. During the 2019 Nevada legislative session, Protect Nevada Children worked on a bill with Senator Dennis, SB 403. It would have gone a long way to protect students' data and, more importantly, their futures. All the senators supported it. About a dozen entities and people spoke in support of our bill. Only one entity spoke against our bill, and that bill that would have protected student data. And that was Washoe County School District. To make a real difference to the 62,000 people in the district, we at Protect Nevada Children need your help. We know some of you are concerned, but we need you to please speak up publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Margaret Martini.
Welcome back, Ms. Martini.
Thank you. So the question is, are we a school district to educate the students, or are we a health care clinic? Again, money spent on programs that are not education-based. It is an insult to those who think they are paying for educating our kids through our tax dollars. This proposal makes us a healthcare broker or a medical advisor. Ridiculous and beyond ridiculous to even consider a program like this. Why are you here? This is a school board. This is not a health clinic. Be very careful. This is way outside of the scope of an educational institution's purpose. Your purpose is to educate our children. Your purpose is not to provide health care. Your purpose is not to provide family services. There's other county programs for all that you're talking about doing. And again, I have to look at the stats. Mr. Church provided them for Washoe County School District. We're way below what we should be. And I don't hear any talk of educating or making the students more adept in the 3 R's plus science and math and whatever. I hear talk about, well, if we use telehealth and then we can, how are we going to put Medicare or Medicaid into this? That is not your purpose. That is not a school district's purpose. Education is. And if we were at the top of the scale in education, maybe we could add some of these peripheral things. But you don't have it together in educating these kids. You don't have it together at all in educating these kids. And yet here you're talking about, well, if they need aspirin, we'll call the parents and give them aspirin. That's beyond your scope of what a school district is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martini.
The board received emails from Will Harper, Paul Klein, Heather Hayes, and Diana Jacken.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, this meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting is on February 8th, right here at 2 p.m. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.